Yes, 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 yes. What is up, super fam and bro vengers alike? I am Sensei Finito, aka Vane Sensei, and welcome to Marvel Bros, where we discuss all things Marvel and everything pop culture. And today we are going to be getting into episode 3 of From Watcher to Reader. Yo, this is episode 3, season 3. So join us as we continue on our 7-episode journey of The Wheel of Time, The Dragon Reborn, ahead of Prime Video's season 3 release for the show that started it all for us here at Marvel Bros. And today is episode 2. I'm sorry, it's not episode 3, it's episode 2 of season 3, and we'll be covering chapters 13 through 25. I am super excited to get into this today. I hope you guys are as well. I've been enjoying this book so much, and I've been enjoying these chapters too. Like, wow, these chapters were bangers. Like, I was not expecting to get any of what we got in this section of the reading, and it is definitely bringing everything to the table. Like, they're going crazy with it, and I am so happy about that, man. I really am. I hope you guys have been having a good time with the show so far, because good God, or with the book so far, because man, like literally I did not know what I was going to be in for with this first half of the reading, and damn, it was so good. It was just so good. So I'm excited to continue to deep dive into it, and to keep on talking about it and see what's crickling and crackling. You know what I'm saying, y'all? All right. So I hope everybody is doing good. We're going to get into our chat talk for about 10-15 minutes here. Just getting it out, just getting the vibes going, seeing how everybody has been doing this week. Let me know how you all have been. If you haven't already, you can check out some of the new content that we have up on the channel right now. We just did our watch party and review for the series premiere of Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man that just aired on Disney Plus today. So definitely go and check that out if you haven't already. It's a really, really good show. So good. I'm not gonna lie, so good. Good characters, good story. It's just all around a solid one. We also just started doing anime reactions and stuff like that on the channel as well. So you guys can go and check out the first episode, the first reaction to episode 1 of Sakamoto Days, a new anime that is on Netflix. It's solid. I can't even lie to you. It is really good. Like it's really good. And yeah, you can also follow us on social media at Marvel Bros to stay up to date with all things Marvel and everything pop culture. You can drop a like on that video because it also helps out tremendously around these parts. And you can also follow me at Sensei Finito to stay up to date with all my thoughts, theories, and opinions on whatever particular thing I may be partaking in at that particular time. Like I said, I've been basically making some Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man videos. I think I put out like 2 TikToks, 2 YouTube shorts, and stuff like that today for those. So go and check those out on the channel as well. So on and so forth. Just getting all that housekeeping done and out of the way. All right, let's jump into chat. Let's see how all you guys are doing on this lovely day. I'm doing pretty solid today. I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of completely consumed with the book today. It was fantastic, bro. It was fantastic. It was really good. It was really good. I'm not gonna lie. When I say I was not prepared for any of the things that happened, I mean, whoa, was I not prepared? Like, god damn, like, bruh, a lot of vibes, a lot of just things were going on, and we're gonna get into it more when we go through the overall thoughts portion. So yeah, I'm excited, yo, and I hope you guys are as well. All right, let's see. My guy KP said, before you even ask, chapter 24 was my favorite. Yeah, chat, let me know what chapter was your favorite out of this section or portion. I don't know what word I'm supposed to use now. I'm confused. But yeah, what chapter was your favorite? Factor says I second that. Yo, what's up with the KP? What's up, Thatch? Light Blinded Fool, my guy LBF, Marisu, I see you in here. I hope everybody is doing good here. Thatcher said he also loves 24. LBF said This is a spicy section of chapters. So many potential favorites, but yeah, 24 is a good one. Hey, I feel that. I feel that LBF for sure. Thatch says also 15 and 22 are fire. 15 and 22 are some good ones. I can't. You gotta. There are such good chapters here. It's insane. It's insane. What's good, you guys? I'm feeling lucky about this one tonight. Yo, if you feeling lucky, Marisu, you already know how you can test your luck around here. You already know how you can test your luck. Apparently the Dark One's eye is red. Wait, wait, hold on. What does that mean? Am I mistaken? Sensei, the government told me TikTok is bad. Is that true? I mean, the government says a lot of things, don't they? I mean, the government says a lot of things, don't they? Oh, man. The government be talking. Bam. Let's go ahead and post that to Twitter. Get that on and pit, pop, plopping, and slopping. Let's make sure that's going good. That video over there. Yeah, let's go ahead and like. Let's go ahead and retweet that. If I comment, do you see it? Let's go ahead and flex on them. Oh, I can't press send. That's interesting. Oh, there it is. Let me know what chapter was your guys' favorite. Oh, you know what the issue is? I have the normal latency on. Okay, I was like, what's going on? Yeah, I hate the regular latency thing because it causes a little bit of a lag in between, and you can't mess with the latency unless you end the stream and start it back up. So that's my bad. So if I'm not responding to chat as fast, that's why. It's because the latency is off. I gotta fix that for sure. I had no idea that was like that. I wonder how many lives have been affected by that. Let's see. We're gonna go ahead and get this. Let me get my clock up here so I can be wary of time, and then we will continue to jump into chat a little bit more here. And just keep the vibes going, man, for real. Let me open that up. Boom. The Dark One's eye is when all the pips on the dice come up as one. Oh, hey, tell me something. Hold on. Can be a winning toss or losing toss. Depends on the game you're playing. That's true. Egwene's testing is probably my favorite now. Yeah, I love Egwene's testing. Egwene's testing was awesome. Beautiful way to do beautiful way to handle lore, like magic systems, like and kind of world build all at the same time. It was kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. The way that everything was weaved into that one thing, it was like, whoa, like I just got every aspect of this universe expanded. Which is awesome. Love that we finally got into all the Ungriels and every type of one, whether it's a Tur or a Sa or a La or a Tida. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was really nice to get all of those as well. Let me try not to get too ahead of myself here, okay? Matt, just chef's kiss. I could not agree more. Oh, man. Matt was amazing through these chapters, man. And it was almost one of the only time, I don't know, I might be mistaken, but like we got a full on like battle sequence, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't just even though I love when it's, you know, explaining the action in the forms, but we actually got like play by play, like hit the one to the body, two to the head, like hit the ankles, sweet boo. Like I was like, oh, yeah, that had me excited. That had me real excited, and it was just a practice fight too. So I'm really excited to see what could happen next, man. Shout out to our guy Matt because he be going through it too. Man, it was going. Everything was not how it seemed in this chapter. They tried to get us ready for it with last week's section, right? We were kind of prepared for where this could go. I mean, most of you guys have already read this, but you know, I was kind of prepared for where the chapters could go. They definitely hinted that there was going to be things afoot, but damn, so many things were afoot, to be completely honest, and I didn't expect it. There were so many things afoot. Every time we turned around, there was a new thing afoot, and I was like, "Damn, bro! Like literally, we could not catch a break. No, I, bro, POV switch in the sections too is crazy. Like, I couldn't believe it. The POV switch with the whole first section that we did was about Perrin and Rand a little bit, and then we just full shift to the girls, and it's like, nah, bro, now we are in Tar Valon and we are on our way to the Aes Sedai. Like, this is just too good. Like, man, I could not believe it. Really got me excited, as you can see. Like, I'm excited. This show, I keep saying show, but this book is just so good. This book is so good. Um, I thought I had a cloth for my glass. But yeah, man, like every character that we saw got to shine in their own way. I loved everyone. Like, we're kind of getting to the overall thoughts, and I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but I do just kind of want to talk about how dope it was to switch that POV and like a full switch and just dive into Egwene and all of them, and get their opinions and see how crazy shit is going in Tar Valon right now, and maybe getting a preview of how shit is going to be going in the future as well. Bro, so many questions are just brought to the table here as well. Just I can't even begin to explain how hype I am for it. We got a good one on our hands tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Looking forward to Egwene's testing in season 3. Ooh, I agree. I'm interested in a lot of the Egwene stuff in season 3. To be honest, I feel like we kind of missed out on some of those things, on the majority of those things with Egwene. I also want to see. I mean, not in like a good way, but I do want to see how the PTSD stuff affects her. And I think I continue to say this, but it seems like in the show they are going to continually take two. It seems like in the show they are going to continuously get better and better, and possibly even get more book accurate as they try to get these smaller things out of the way that maybe they were nervous about the main audiences not being able to understand right off the bat. But in my opinion, it's kind of like, f the general audience in a way, but not like that. But the general audience doesn't really need their hands held, like let them get like a face full. Whoa, sorry, that got a little spicy there. Two rich boys got beat up by a country bumpkin with a thumping stick. Lord, say that 3 times fast, but dead ass, and that was awesome. And I love how the warder after that was like, "Hey, yep, y'all know about y'all know about the big homie. Let me tell you something about him. Actually, that was cool too. Jolly good show. Nynaeve would be proud. You're right, LBF. Okay, footsies. Yeah. All right, yo. Yes, that is facts though, yo. Let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. It is time. It is time to start diving in and really discussing all of the good things that are going to be on the table for us today, with going into chapters 13 through 25. So I've actually, usually we go chapter by chapter, but like I talked about last week, we are trying to kind of condense these things a little bit more, try to be a little bit more conscious of time. So I have kind of put these into like threes, like 13 through, well, 13 through 16, 17 through 19, 20 through 22, 23 to 25. Okay, so that's how we'll kind of talk about them a little bit, but not necessarily, but just kind of as a way to mark where we are at and how much time I'm going to be trying to put into certain things as well. Just kind of trying to not breeze through, but have it be a little bit more concise, if you will. So I'm excited to get into it, man. I hope you guys are too. If you haven't already, make sure you drop a like on the stream because, of course, it helps out tremendously. If you don't have any snacks, if you ain't got nothing to munch on as we get into our watch part, what am I talking about? As we get into our overall thoughts of this section of the reading, y'all already know. Go and get you some Dom's Bomb popcorn with a popcorn is always bomb. And of course, it's made by Dom. And you can't forget, it's gourmet.
Hi, my name is Dominique Pruitt, and I started Dom's Bomb Gourmet Popcorn LLC in the summer of 2021 to introduce delicious and unique flavored popcorn not found anywhere else in the world. Why, you ask? Because I make it in my home with love, just for you. We offer over 10 flavors and are continuously creating new flavors that can be customized to any color or taste for your next event, party, or fundraiser. So go find yourself to our website and find a bombastic flavor of popcorn at donsbombgourmetpopcorn.com, or you can also follow us on Instagram or Facebook at Don's Bomb Gourmet Popcorn.
Okay, that happened. All right. And with all that being said, let's just get right into it because it ain't nothing to it but to do it, all you beautiful people out there. Let me pop open the pad. Oh, too much. Okay. We got a lot of scrolling to do. I didn't think about that. Hold up. That's my bad. I was not in the right chapter yet. Boom. There we go. And then my last question, well, not my last question, because I'm going to be asking a bunch of questions, but the last question I'll ask before we dive back into this is whose moment do you whose moment do you prefer when it comes to Egwene and Nynaeve's, like, I can't think of what it's called, but they're oh, what's it called? What's it called? What's it called? What did you say it was, Marisu? Because I can't think of the word. You were just talking about it. Uh, Testing. Who's testing is like more, not, I guess not prefer or like more because they're both very tragic. But I mean, whose do you think is a better sequence or whatever the case may be? Like, which one do you guys prefer as we get into the chapter by chapter overall thoughts? Not though chapter by chapter, but my overall thoughts of everything here. Okay. All right. So let's get into my overall thoughts for chapters 13 through 25. First word is wow. Second word is incredible. Like, these chapters were insane. I like that they were very like short in a way to where they were like kind of like they were just different lengths. Like, you had longer chapters, shorter chapters, and a very long chapter in there. With chapter, I can't remember off the top of my head what chapter that was. That was very long. That was very lengthy. It was like, yeah, that was chapter 22, the price of the ring, and that was such a ooh, ooh. Like, I mean, every chapter was Y'all know I love the names of these Wheel of Time chapters. It just makes me just so, yeah, you know what I mean? Like seeing these chapter names just be beautifully woven into what's actually going on with the story. And I know you guys always tell me that Robert Jordan didn't even name the chapters as he was writing them, and it's just insane to even think that because of how well it's put together. It's like it was meant to it was meant to be, baby. It was meant to be. But going into it, man, I really didn't know what to expect. I did not know that we were going to have this major POV shift. With last week, of course, we were focusing on Perrin, and this week we are now focusing on Egwene. And that's awesome because in the last couple of books, I don't want to say that they've been complete background characters because we've got to see a lot of them, but I feel like they've been they were put on a pedestal in a way and then and then kind of shelved. So it's cool to see them like come back in this book with a vengeance and really being able to fully flesh out what's going on with their magic systems, with who they are as people, how they feel about the things that have been going on around them, how those decisions that they have made truly affect them. And as we continue to go down the rabbit hole, for lack of better words, we just continue to build such a strong narrative with both of these amazing characters. I love Perrin already, and Egwene, I loved her character already, and now I love her character even more because we really have been able to just dive deeper into who she is and like the things that cause her distress, the things that cause her worry, the things that make her sad or whatever. All of these things are full force a part of her character in a major way. And it's really nice to see the way that she tries to maneuver through the dynamic that she has kind of not, I don't want to say that she's created, but that they've all kind of created for themselves by doing the things that they've done. They got put into a really bad situation, but they got themselves out of the bad situation just as well, right? And that's something that we should definitely give them praise for, is because it's good that they were able to also get themselves out of the bad situation. But the situation is something that they should have never been in to begin with, of course. But nonetheless, being able to see how all of these decisions mold their characters makes them feel so much more real. It's able to ground us to these characters and really allow us to connect with them and being able to see just deeper into their characters. And it was awesome. Nynaeve was amazing in these chapters as well. So much growth has occurred for Nynaeve, going from, I mean, she's still very much the same person that does not shut the hell up. And again, that was a very key note of this section, as we ended last week with them not being able to shut the hell up, and they was continuing down that path of not shutting the hell up in this one. I think there was even a time where I think her name is Shiriam, if I'm not mistaken, but she says to her, you take one step forward and another step back. They're like, why would you even ask that question, basically? Which is something that I love, because they can't even help themselves. They are asking the questions, they're digging deeper, and because of it, though, the thing that also threw me for a loop was seeing how many people were going to be asking them questions, and how many other Aes Sedai in the White Tower were actually watching them, and they were on everyone's radar, and so many other kind of these other side characters were introduced in just many different ways, and not only through the story of what's going on within Tar Valon and the White Tower, but also within this the training or the testing sequence that they have went through, right? We get a lot of names dropped in that testing sequence. Not only do we get hella names dropped, but we also get a little bit of foreshadowing with some things that could occur, possibly, depending on how you look at those places and how they work. There was a lot of little Easter, not I don't know if it's Easter eggs, but there were breadcrumbs is what I'll say. There were a lot of breadcrumbs throughout the text as well that allowed you to connect little dots in certain areas, not necessarily knowing if those dots that are being connected are true, but it's just there's a lot of threads, which I think is purposeful, that you are able to connect, and it's like, okay, does this actually connect? Does this actually mean something, or is this just something to throw me off of the scent? And I feel like that's what this chapter really was hitting in on our heads. the uncertainty that there is for not just I don't know what to call them other than the girls, the ladies, the women, not just seeing them having to maneuver through the dynamic of of the things, but seeing how much they actually are trying to not lie and how they're becoming Aes Sedai in their own rights, and just the dynamic of the two, of seeing Rand and Perrin struggle last week, and now we're seeing Egwene and Nynaeve struggle this week. It's crazy, and then being able to see Matt not struggling in the same way because he's also kind of taken a backseat to what's been going on, but not in a bad way. He was going through some shit and he couldn't be there the way he needed to, and I feel like the way we start off with this character, Matt is always like, okay, bruh, I'm back. Let's get back to business, baby. You know what I mean? Like that. It is time to get back to business. That's what time it is. And he's immediately about to go trying to shoot dice and do all these other things to try and get some money. And the way that we are able to explore with his character, and explore the city and Tar Valon and all these things, and see it from his point of view, see all the things that have kind of been going on already, but from his point of view, it is very refreshing. Getting caught up on these little things here and there. It works, yo. It just works really well for me. I love the way that Robert Jordan writes. I used the word a lot last week, or the phrase a lot last week, and that is word painting. He is a word painter like no other. Like I that's the thing that I also love about reading Wheel of Time, is it activates that side of my brain that allows it to be a little bit more imaginative, to bring out these visual effects that are happening on page to life, right? And it's very, very, it's very, it works, man. It's crazy how much it works. I can't even explain it to you. And I loved seeing everything. And it was kind of cool as well to see Matt kind of come in and, I don't want to say replace, but kind of like come in as how Min was in the show, in this section before, but he has no idea what's going on at all, as to where Min was all up in the sauce. Like, she knows heavily what's going on. Now she's in the field, I like seeing that shift of Min going with Rand, and then Perrin, and now Matt is with Egwene and Nynaeve, and also Gawain and Galad. I love it, bro. The way these things are just mixing up together. It's really shaping out to be one hell of a story. And I think we're halfway through at this point, because I believe there's 50. Oh, okay. So we're almost halfway through. We're almost halfway there, yo. We're almost at that halfway point now. And that is insane to even think about within itself. So I had a absolutely wonderful time with this section of the reading. I Some other things that I'll talk about too is like Egwene's PTSD. It comes up so much with her character. Was not ready for it to be just very heavy. Like, oh man, there's so much baggage that comes with all the things that she's been through, to where everything is reminding her of it, not just her dreams, but even just being in her room and looking around. She's immediately feeling suffocated, feeling trapped, feeling like there's no way for her to get out. And we hear her talking in a way that she's never talked before, talking about some, bro, I'll kill everybody here before I let them steal me. I was like, oh shit, like she was not playing, and that was just, it was just the chef. It was chef's kiss, it was the icing on the cake there. So, yeah, everything here works for me so well with each character. Elaine kind of got on my nerves a little bit here, but it's okay. She was definitely doing her brother dirty, talking about, you are not my brother. Like, like, you are my half brother. You are not my brother. Like, that is cold. That is actually cold. So that was wild. The introduction of we heard about the Graymen last week. So hearing more about them this week was a nice uh transition. The foreshadowing has been impeccable. The foreshadowing has been impeccable. I'm gonna say it one more time. The foreshadowing has been impeccable. Okay, like having a question arise for us with Rand or with Perrin, and then getting that answer from Nynaeve and Egwene, but Rand and Perrin still don't know the answer to the question that rose from them. I like that shit a lot, yo. I like that shit a lot. I like it a lot. Um, the girls was talking too much, way too much, yo. Like they were talking way too much yet again. The daughters, that's what I'll call them. Celine, yo, what the hell, Celine? That's all I can say that. And yeah, okay. So yo, those are my overall thoughts for chapters. Those are my overall thoughts for chapters 13 through 25. As you can see, I really enjoyed this section of the reading. I have no doubt that these portions and sections will continue to be so good and just yummy, 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 yummy bite size, chomping it up, bro. I'm loving every freaking moment of this book, and I can't explain how happy I am about it. And you guys keep telling me that it only gets better, so I don't even know. I don't even know how that's possible. I'm not gonna lie, and I'm ready for the ride. Let me know how you guys feel about this portion, or let me know your overall thoughts in the comment section down below. Okay. Chat. Too few episodes for too much material. I feel that. Hopefully they increase the episode count at some point. I wonder if the show will give us Elaine's testing instead of eggs just to switch things up. Oh, they're definitely gonna do that, Marisu. Or they'll show us both. Or they'll show us both at like the same time or something. No, maybe that's not. That sounds stupid, even when I said it. But I would like that. I would like something like that. That's something I really appreciate about the show is them showing us the other side. Being able to see the other side is just, yeah, it works for me, baby. It works. If we get Elaine's, then we get both. The teaser already shows Egwene at the arches. Oh, okay. So maybe it does flash back and forth from one to the other. But I don't think that would work, though. I don't think that would work, though. So we probably just see Egwene's. And I mean, I think Egwene does need a little bit of more love in this season since it's probably going to be focused on her a little more heavily. But we also do need to see uh what's going on with Elaine's mom. Because now that I think about it, actually, we got to see Elaine's mom come to the White Tower in the show versus in the book where we just hear about the event happening. So we could actually get both of those POVs because they give quite a few POVs in the show. Rewatching season 2 now, yeah, I need to rewatch too. As I definitely need to rewatch. Right now, I've been rewatching The Expanse because the last 3 seasons of The Expanse are actually going to be leaving Prime Video. I think next month actually. So I've been trying to get those 3 seasons out, get those 3 seasons in again. Just do a good rewatch of the whole thing. Because I loved that show the first time I watched it, and I definitely have expanded my mind as well since then. So I'm excited to connect some new dots, some old dots to some new thoughts. You feel me? Don't talk about it. I'm very much looking forward to getting all your thoughts on Varen. She cracks me up, yo. I love Varen. I do love Varen. She was awesome. Varen is Varen for me, for sure, for sure. I didn't talk about her in my overall thoughts because I think when we talk about her, that definitely is going to dive into a lot of who we suspect and who we do not suspect, or who I suspect, since you guys have all already read the book. You know what I mean? So yeah, trying to make me choose a favorite child. Yeah, I feel that. It was good though. It was good though. Gotta run, y'all. I need to sleep, but I'll listen to the whole deal at work in the morning. Hey, man, I appreciate you, Thatch. I definitely appreciate you for tuning in, pulling up. Sorry about the late stream today. I promise y'all next week we'll be able to get on it, man. It's been very hectic. But we're getting on it. We're getting on it. You feel me? We're getting on it. You see, we're pretty down with the time right now. So we're moving, we're grooving, and ain't nothing to lose in. That was lame. Sorry. This is basically a soft reboot of Matt's character, which is kind of ironic because he was also recast when he kind of gets the soft reboot. I like that. Has anyone noticed, not to alarm anyone, but there is a mother loving Forsaken just walking around the tower. Yeah, that's insane. Uh, Definitely wasn't ready for any of that. Was not ready for any of that. I'm telling you, when they were talking about, yo, we're back in Tarvalon, we're back at the White Tower, you probably in even more danger now. Like, I was like, bro, what? Okay, like I get it, but y'all being a little dramatic. No, they wasn't being a little dramatic at all. Like it was instant trying for murder. Like I was like, oh God. I was like, oh my God. Like this is went awry very quickly. Like this did not go the way anyone expected it to. Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. Can't lie to you. Don't know why I just did that. Oh, it's okay. I'm not that far. Boom. Let's see. I keep losing my place for some reason. How is this happening? Okay. All right, chat. Let's get into our chapter by chapter review and discussion, starting with chapters 13 through 16. We are going to be chit chatting and yapping about them, going through some of the parts that I like. You guys are obviously going to be able to highlight certain moments that stood out to you. Also, and just kind of do a little bit of a deep dive through these chapters, y'all. So I'm excited to get into it right here, right now, right here, right now. But before we do, here's a little message from me and Battery. What is up, Super Fam?
How's it going, everyone?
Welcome to Marvel Bros, where we discuss all things Marvel and everything pop culture.
We started Marvel Bros back in 2019 because we have a love for not only Marvel movies and comics, but because we wanted to have a place where people could stay up to date with all pop culture news.
Here, you will have access to all of our content, whether it be trailer reaction. You look like He-Man.
Oh!
And most importantly, controller.
Go!
Character breakdowns. Welcome to Marvel Bros Breakdown.
Welcome to Marvel Bros Breakdown, where we dive deeper into characters and theorize about the latest films.
Pop culture news updates. On today's pop culture news update.
And on today's pop culture news update,
Or movie reviews.
we love to have open discussions here on the channel, so feel free to join us when we go live.
Battle Cove, I like that Kang's motives are understandable in the same way Thanos' motives were. That's exactly what we're saying.
That was pretty awesome.
Well.
Or jump in the comment section of a trailer reaction or breakdowns so we can theorize, converse, and nerd out.
Follow us on social media at Marvel Bros to stay up to date with the latest news, rumors, content, and more.
You can also join our Discord, where we are constantly having conversations pertaining to Marvel, DC, Star Wars, anime, and everything pop culture.
All of our past pop culture news updates are available wherever you listen to podcasts at.
If you guys would like to support Marvel Bros, all you gotta do is visit our website at www.marvelbros.com and buy some merch. Represent the superfan.
To get early access to content, patron-only scoops, giveaways, private Q&As, and those sacred watch parties. All right, yo, brief intermission there, and now we are back. Now we are back from our brief intermission as we get into our chapter by chapter overall review. Our chapter by chapter review. Okay. All right. We are back, and now we're going to get into our chapter by chapter review and discussion for chapters 13 through 16. Man, I had a lovely time starting this off. Like I said, in my overall thoughts, I was not prepared to start with such a in-depth POV from Egwene. I loved it though. I really did love it, and of course, we start off right from the jump at what if they mean to keep me here in this room, like a cell, like a collar. And she glanced at the door. The dark accepted would still be standing guard on the other side. Like, bro, come on. Like, this is insane. Like, she cannot help but connect everything to that trauma that she has went through. And that is just so sad to see from her character. I feel like it's safe to say a lot of these characters get a soft reboot at this point. Just because of all the shit that's happened to them, it shifts them. Things change, and we see that change firsthand. I went and got some coffee, by the way. Let me know if you guys are sipping on some coffee or some tea or anything like that. Um, we also get the circle back to how Aes Sedai have always denied the existence of Black Aja, an Aja that served the Dark One, and were known to become angry with anyone who even suggested it was real, which is a good way to give us a little bit of foreshadowing as to who might be like, oh, there's no such thing as the Black Aja, or whatever the case may be, because they are part of the same Aja. You know what I'm saying? Hint, 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 hint to those in chat. It was very. Wait, I don't think is this the yeah, this is the chapter. It was very interesting to me that no one talked about the Shanchan that much. Like none of the Aes Sedai talked about the like I don't know. That was a very interesting thing to me that like the Amerlin seat didn't ask about what she went through, like or they didn't tell her. I don't know what was going on there. That was wild. I didn't understand that at all. But hey, to you know that was my only thing that I was like, really? Ain't nobody gonna ask Egwene how she doing? Like what? What's happening? Like what's going? What's popping, bro? No one cares. That shit was crazy. I was definitely not ready. Let's see. Yeah, and she also says, I will not let myself be stilled. A new thought, voiced as soon as it came to her. Give up touching the true source. She could sense it there, even now. The glow just over her shoulder, the shining just out of sight. Oh my god. The way they talk about magic as well gets my giblies all tender. I can't lie. I love the way magic is talked about. It just works for me so much. And then we also get Egwene. Wait, no, who says this? I don't think it's Egwene, but someone says once you show any ability at all, they don't let you go until you've learned enough not to kill yourself or just die from it, which is very Jedi-like, of course. But the Jedi don't really let you go ever, so it's not Jedi-like at all at the same time. Oh snap, that's my bad. Okay. We see that Nynaeve has her accepted dress. Okay, yeah. We're moving right along. So they get called. They get called to the Amerlin seat now, and like I said, nothing is said at all about the Shanchan, which is very weird to me. But they do talk about some other things here.
Before they left, they tried to break into the storeroom where the Angreal and Sa'angreal are kept.
Nope.
The runaways return. We did not run away, Mother. Nynaeve was obviously straining for calm, but her voice shook with emotion. Anger, Egwene knew. That strong will was all too often accompanied by anger. Liandrin told us we were to go with her, and the loud crack of the Amelin's hand slapping the table cut her off. Do not invoke Liandrin's name here, child, the Amelin snapped. Lyanna watched them with a stern serenity. Mother, Liandrin is Black Aja, Elaine burst out. That is known, child. Suspected, at least, and as good as known. Liandrin left the tower some months ago, and 12 other women went with her. None has been seen since. Before they left, they tried to break into the storeroom where the Angreal and Sa'angreal are kept, and did manage to enter that, where the smaller Ter Angreal are stored. They stole a number of those, including several we do not know the use of. Nynaeve stared at the Amelin in horror, and Elaine suddenly rubbed her arms as if she were cold. Egwene knew she was shivering too. Many times she had imagined returning to confront Liandrin and accuse her, to see her condemned to some punishment, except that she had never managed to imagine any punishment strong enough to suit that doll-faced Aes Sedai's crimes. She had even pictured returning to find Liandrin already fled. In terror of her return, it was usually. But she had never imagined anything like this. If Liandrin and the others, she had not really wanted to believe there were others, had stolen those remnants of the Age of Legends, there was no telling what they could do with them. Thank the light they did not get any Sir Angreal, she thought. The other was bad enough. Sir Angreal were like
Here we
Angreal,
go.
allowing an Aes Sedai to channel more of the power than she safely could unaided, but far more powerful than Angreal, and rare. Ter Angreal was something different, existing in greater numbers than either Angreal or Sir Angreal, though still not common. They used the one power rather than helping to channel
Exactly.
it, and no one truly understood them. Many would work only for someone who could channel, needing the actual channeling of the power, while others did what they did for anyone. Where all the Angreal and Sir Angreal Egwene had ever heard of were small, Ter Angreal could seemingly be any size. Each had apparently been made for a specific purpose by those Aes Sedai of 3,000 years ago, to do a certain thing, and Aes Sedai since had died trying to learn what. Died, or had the ability to channel burned out of them. There were sisters of the Brown Aja who had made Ter Angreal their life study. Some were in use, if likely not for the purposes they had been made. The stout white rod that the Accepted held while taking the 3 oaths on being raised to Aes Sedai was a Ter Angreal, binding them to the oaths as surely as if they had been bred in the bone. Another Ter Angreal was the site of the final test before a novice was raised to the Accepted. There were others, including many no one could make work at all, and many others that seemed to have no practical use. Why did they take things no one knows how to use? Egwene wondered. Or maybe the Black Aja does know. That possibility made her stomach churn. That might be as bad as Sir Angreal in Darkfriend hands. Theft, the Amelin went on in tones as cold as her eyes, was the least of what they did. 3 sisters died that night, as well as 2 warders, 7 guards, and 9 of the servants.
Woo.
Murder, done to hide their thieving and their flight. It may not be proof that they were Black Aja, the words grated from her mouth, but I cannot believe otherwise. When there are fish heads and blood in the water, you don't need to see the silver pike to know they are there. Then why are we being treated as criminals? Nynaeve demanded. We were tricked by a woman of the Black Aja. That should be enough to clear us of any wrongdoing. The Amelin barked a mirthless laugh. You think so, do you, child? It may be your salvation that no one in the tower but Verin, Lyanna, and I even suspects you had anything to do with Liandrin. If that were known, much less the little demonstration you put on for the White Cloaks, no need to look so surprised. Verin told me everything. If it were known you had gone off with Liandrin, the Hall might very well vote for stilling the 3 of you before you could take a breath. That is not fair, Nynaeve said. Lyanna stirred, but Nynaeve went on. It is not right! The Amelin stood up. That was all, but it cut Nynaeve short. Egwene thought she was wise to keep quiet. She had always believed Nynaeve was as strong-willed as anyone could be, until she met the woman wearing the striped stole. Please keep your temper, Nynaeve. We might as well be children, babes, facing our mother, and this mother can do far worse than beat us.
Which is a crazy thing to say, but I dig it. Yo, we're cooking off the rip. I couldn't believe it. I'm telling you. I love that we're finding out about all the other Angreals and how they are. The Sa Angreal, the Per Angreal, and wasn't there another one? No, that's it. I think there's another one, but maybe I'm tripping. Oh, the Ter Angreal. Like, bro, it's crazy. Like, I love. So we have the ones that help a person to channel it. Wait. Yeah. Saw Angreal were like Angreal, allowing Aes Sedai to channel more of the power than she safely could unaided, but far more powerful than Angreal are. Ter Angreal were something different, existing in greater numbers than either Angreal or Sa Angreal, though still not common, They use the one power rather than helping to channel it, and no one truly understands them. Bro, we're cooking with all of the world building in the first section right here, man. Obviously, the Forsaken know how to use them. That is why they have, stole everything. I don't think that this is something that happened in the show either. Uh, I'll be kind of sad if it happens in the show now, because I'll be like, oh man, it would have been nice to not know that happened, but it's still crazy dope. Like, there's a lot of shit that we learn here. Like, it's a lot of shit that we learn here. I'm kind of, you guys just really wanted me to read this book, to be honest, because a lot of this stuff is probably going to be in the third season. And that's fine. I feel it. I feel it. I love the dialogue cut for the reaction that somebody had. You know what I mean? Like, she's just talking and she's like, da, 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 da. Oh, no need to be surprised. Varen told me everything. Da, 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 and then just keeps talking. I love that little break. The little break that she has in her in talking while like through the writing. I like stuff like that. Little things like that is so cool because it just shows you that the world is really moving around outside of the text. It's crazy how OP Elaine really is and how much how important she is to the story. Like, 'cause she is so important to everyone. It's every person is so important. Like, there's always someone going off on somebody about how important they are. Someone's going off on Egwene, like, you could be the strongest of us ever. You know what I mean? Or going off on Nynaeve, like, you're the strongest sister. And then they're going off on Elaine, like, you could be the first queen and the strongest. It's like, bruh, like, basically, they're going off on them about how they're potentially squandering their potential. And it's like, they're potentially squandering their potential. I just, yeah, I like that. It worked really well. That works so well for me. It was just a crazy chapter, a lot of subtle world building. And I loved seeing the Amerlin seat not be messing around at all, and she's just going in on every single person, all of them, about what they're doing wrong, and what they're doing right. I believe she also ends up promoting them, and it was like, what? like she ends up promoting them, and oh no, I think that's no, yeah, she promotes them, and then she's like, all right, uh get up out of here, Elaine, and I'm gonna holla at them. And then it was crazy how she was like, as well as that you do, child, I have no intention of letting more gays have you. You have the potential to be stronger than any Aes Sedai in 1,000 years. And I will not let you go until you achieve the shawl, as well as the ring. Not if I have to grind you into sausage to do it. I will not let you go. Do I make myself clear? Oh shit! I'm just not. I wasn't prepared. I had no idea that the Amerlin was about to pull up on that shit again, because she definitely was. And I love that. Chapter 13 was solid, man. Let me know how you guys felt about chapter 13, because it was a really good one for me. I wasn't prepared, but then punishments with a name like punishments, I should have been prepared, and I guess it did kind of set the bar for me. But it was just like, bro, they just still could not shut the hell up. Like, they're sitting here talking to the Amerlin seat, and they going off and losing their minds and shit, and they know they are. It's like, bro, I love it though, because it fits, and that's probably why the Amerlin seat wants them so badly, which is what we will get into right now in
Chapter 14. The Bite of the Thorns.
beautiful name.
The Amerlin seat did not speak at once. She walked to the tall arched windows and looked out across the balcony at the garden below, hands clasped tightly behind her. Minutes went by before she spoke, still with her back to the two of them. I have kept the worst of it from getting out, but how long will that last? The servants do not know of the stolen Ter Angrial, and they do not connect the deaths with Leandrin and the others leaving. It was not easy to manage that, gossip being what it is. They believed the deaths were the work of dark friends, and so they were. Rumours are reaching the city too, that dark friends got into the tower, that they did murder. There was no way to stop that. It does our reputation no good, but at least it is better than the truth. At least none outside the tower, and few inside, know Aes Sedai were killed. Dark friends in the White Tower. I've spent my life denying that. I will not let them be here. I will hook them and gut them and hang them out in the sun to dry. Nynaeve gave Egwene an uncertain look, quite as uncertain as Egwene felt, then took a deep breath. Mother, are we to be punished more? Beyond what you've already sentenced us to? The Amelin looked over her shoulder at them. Her eyes were lost in shadow. Punished more? You might well say that. Some will say I've given you a gift, raising you. Now feel the real bite of that rose's thorns. She strode briskly back to her chair and sat down, then seemed to lose her urgency again, or to gain uncertainty. To see the Amelin look uncertain made Egwene's stomach clench. The Amelin seat was always sure, always serenely centred on her path. The Amelin was strength personified. For all her own raw power, the woman on the other side of the table had the knowledge and experience to wind her around a spindle. To see her suddenly wavering, like a girl who knew she had to dive headfirst into a pond without any idea of how deep it was, or whether there were rocks or mud on the bottom, to see that chilled Egwene right to her core. What does she mean? The real bite of the thorns? Light, what does she mean to do to us? Fingering a carved black box on the table in front of her, the Amelin peered at it as if looking at something beyond. It is a question of who I can trust, she said softly. I should be able to trust Lyanna and Shiriam at least, but do I dare? Verin? Her shoulders shook with a quick, silent laugh. I already trust Verin with more than my life, but how far can I take it? Moraine? She was silent for a moment. I have always believed I could trust Moraine. Egwene shifted uneasily. How much did the Amelin know? It was not the kind of thing she could ask, not of the Amelin seat. Do you know that a young man from my village, a man I used to think I'd marry one day, is the Dragon Reborn? Do you know 2 of your Aes Sedai are helping him? At least she was sure the Amelin did not know she had dreamed of him last night, running from Moraine. She thought she was sure. She kept silent. What are you talking about? Nynaeve demanded. The Amelin looked up at her, and she moderated her tone as she added, Forgive me, Mother, but are we to be punished more? I do not understand this talk of trust. If you want my opinion, Moraine is not to be trusted. That is your opinion, is it? The Amelin said. A year out of your village, and you think you know enough of the world to choose which Aes Sedai to trust and which not. A master sailor who's barely learned to hoist a sail. She did not mean anything, Mother, Egwene said. But she knew Nynaeve meant exactly what she had said. She shot a warning glance at Nynaeve. Nynaeve gave her braid a sharp tug, but she kept her mouth shut. Well, who is...
Yo, I love it. The way that the Amerlin seat was going off on them, yo. She was really like, oh, you think you know something, don't you? You think you know something. All right. Can we not forget that y'all just got straight talked out of here? Y'all just got straight finessed. Ah, bruh. Like, she did everything but call him smooth-brained. You know what I mean? Like, she was going off. And I love every second of it, yo. I love it. And right here, when she said that, I was like, they obviously have bad, like a poor taste in judgment, basically, because it's like, bruh, come on, what are we doing here? What are we even talking about? she said, Leandra tried to stuff you head first into a where, and it may well be she left because she learned you were returning and could unmask her. So I have to believe you aren't Black Aja. I would rather, you know what I mean? Instead of like, yo, what, you think we're Black Aja? It's like, bruh. Like, literally, bro. Like, bro. I was just rolling. Because it's a good point. It's like, y'all literally have already trusted the wrong person. So maybe your taste and judgment is just a little bad right now. You know? Like, it's a little bad right now. That just may be the case. Who's to say? Who's to say? Is it me? Is me to say? Maybe. Maybe it's me to say, but I don't know. Cause they was obviously tripping. Oh. Mm. Lord. They was obviously tripping. All right, here we go.
Around those words. Leandrin and her 12 went, but did all of them go, at requirement aside? Nynaeve seemed stunned. She was staring at the Amelin with her mouth hanging open. I don't understand, Mother. Unless you are furious. I was ready to sever you from the true source if you even looked like embracing Sidar.
They did not pass the stranger
final
danger
tests
test
for the
at all.
show require you to channel while maintaining utter calm under pressure. Extreme pressure. Even I cannot, and would not, set that requirement aside. Nynaeve seemed stunned. She was staring at the Amelin with her mouth hanging open. I don't understand, Mother, Egwene said after a moment. I suppose you don't, at that. You are the only two in the tower I can be absolutely sure are not Black Aja. The Amelin's mouth still twisted around those words. Leandrin and her 12 went, but did all of them go? Or did they leave some of their number behind, like a stub in shallow water that you don't see till it puts a hole in your boat?
Love the
It
way
may
that
be
she
I'll not
uses
find that out
the
until it is
boat
too late,
references
but I
and the
will not
water
let Leandrin and
references
the others
all the
get away with
time.
what they did. Not the theft, and especially not the murders. No one kills my people and walks away unscathed. And I'll not let 13 trained Aes Sedai serve the shadow. I mean to find them. And still them.
Whew.
I don't see what that has to do with us, Nynaeve said slowly. She did not look as if she liked what she was thinking. Just this, child. You two are to be my hounds, hunting the Black Aja. No one will believe it of you. Not a pair of half-trained accepted I humiliated publicly. That is crazy. Nynaeve's eyes had opened wide by the time the Amelin reached the words Black Aja, and her knuckles were white from her grip on her braid. She bit her words off and spat them. They are all full Aes Sedai. Egwene hasn't even been raised to accepted yet, and you know I cannot channel enough to light a candle unless I am angry. Not of my own free will. What chance would we have? Egwene nodded agreement. Her tongue had stuck to the roof of her mouth. Hunt the Black Aja. I'd rather hunt a bear with a switch. She's just trying to scare us, to punish us more. She has to be. If that was what the Amelin was trying, she was succeeding all too well. The Amelin was nodding, too. Every word you say is true, but each of you is more than a match for Leandrin in sheer power, and she is the strongest of them. Yet, they are trained, and you are not, and you, Nynaeve, do have limitations as yet. But when you don't have an oar, child, any plank will do to paddle the boat ashore. But I would be useless, Egwene blurted. Her voice came out as a squeak, but she was too afraid to be ashamed. She means it. Oh, Light, she means it. Leandrin gave me to the Shaunchan, and now she wants me to hunt 13 like her? My studies, my lessons, working in the kitchens. Anaya Sedai will surely want to continue testing me to see if I am a dreamer. I'll barely have time left over to sleep and eat. How can I hunt anything? You will have to find the time, the Amelin said, cool and serene once more, as if hunting the Black Aja were no more than sweeping a floor. As one of the accepted, you choose your own studies, within limits, and the times for them. And the rules are a little easier for accepted. A little easier. They must be found, child. Egwene looked to Nynaeve, but what Nynaeve said was, Why is Elaine not part of this? It can't be because you think she is Black Aja. Is it because she is daughter heir of Andor? A full net on the first cast, child. I would make her one of you, if I could. But at the moment, Morghese gives me enough problems as it is. When I have her combed and curried and prodded back on the proper path, perhaps Elaine will join you. Perhaps, then. Then leave Egwene out too, Nynaeve said. She is barely old enough to be a woman. I will do the hunting for you. Egwene made a sound of protest. I am a woman. But the Amelin spoke before her. I am not setting you out as bait, child. If I had 100 of you, I would still not be happy. But there are only you two, so 2 I will have. Nynaeve, Egwene said, I do not understand you. Do you mean you want to do this? It isn't that I want to, Nynaeve said wearily, but I'd rather hunt them than sit wondering if the Aes Sedai teaching me is really a dark friend. And whatever they are up to, I do not want to wait until they're ready to find out what it is. The decision Egwene came to twisted her stomach. Then I will do it too. I don't want to sit wondering and waiting any more than you do. Nynaeve opened her mouth, and Egwene felt a flash of anger. It was such a relief after fear. And don't you dare say I'm too young again. At least I can channel when I want to, most of the time. I am not a little girl anymore, Nynaeve. Nynaeve stood there, jerking on her braid and not saying a word. Finally, the stiffness drained out of her. You are not, are you? I have said myself you are a woman, but I suppose I did not really believe it. Inside. Girl, no. Woman.
Woman.
Woman. I hope you realize you've climbed into a pickling cauldron with me, and the fire may be lit. I know it. Egwene.
I love it, Joe. Like, such a great chapter, just focusing on building all of these, well, not really building, but just capitalizing on the relationship and the bonds that have already been there. The ones like, like I love their dynamic together. Like, there's really just something about Nynaeve and Egwene together having that like big sister, little sister vibe. I think that's what it is. Like, that's one thing that we don't really get to explore is like the big sister, little sister story narrative. It's not in a lot of stuff. It's usually like big brother, little brother, or big brother, little sister, or even big sister, little brother. Like, you don't really see the big sister, little sister vibe going on. And like having one try to protect the other one and always treating them like they're still a little kid and stuff like that. Like, maybe I haven't seen it. You know what I mean? I haven't seen it. So I love it. Like, it's just so good. It's so good, man. And and again, the way that Swan just kind of reads them, the third, you know, like it works for me so much. Oh, wait. I think I actually, you missed out on one of the parts. Oh, no, it's okay though. I love the fact that she gives them this letter and it's like, Swan Sanche, Watcher of the Seals, Flame of Amerlin Seat, the Amerlin Seat. You know what I mean? Like, she's like, yo, what the bearer does is done at my order and my authority. Obey and keep silent at my command. Like, bruh, that is a badass get out of jail free card. And Nynaeve, after, saying how mature she is, so on and so forth, as soon as she sees this, she's like, I can do anything I want with this. Like, bruh, come on, son. What are we doing here? Yo, I just love it, yo. Really funny. It had me rolling. It really did. Like, I was actually rolling at that part. Because it's like, yo, why would you say that right off the rip? Why would you say that right off rip? But yeah, that was chapter 14. Another really solid chapter. And doing the leg work. Doing the straight up leg work for what we get immediately after this. Like, this is insane. This is what happens immediately after, like right away. Like right away. But let's get into
Chapter 15. The Grey Man.
Yo. Again, these chapters are named perfectly. And so right off, like they come out of the building, they come out of from talking with the Amerlin Seat, like, yo, if the Black Aja is really still here, then they gotta suspect what we're about to do. You know what I mean? Like, they gotta like they about to kill us for sure. They gonna try to kill us, and I'm not letting that shit go down. And did I not? Oh, I didn't even write it down. Maybe I was so shocked by what happened.
Unasked questions. What special reason did Nynaeve have for wanting to learn more of what the White Tower could teach? What was it she wanted to do? Why was Nynaeve keeping it secret from her? Secrets. We've
Here we
learned to
go.
keep too many secrets since coming to the tower. The Amelin is keeping secrets from us, too. Blight, what is she going to do about Matt? Nynaeve accompanied her all the way back to the novices' quarters, not turning aside to the accepted quarters. The galleries were still empty, and they met no one as they climbed the spiralling ramps. As they came up on Elaine's room, Nynaeve stopped, knocked once, and immediately opened the door and put her head inside. Then she was letting the white door swing shut and striding toward the next, Egwene's room. "She isn't here yet," she said. "I need to talk to both of you." Egwene caught her shoulders and pulled her to an abrupt halt. "What?" Something tugged at her hair, stung her ear. A black blur streaked in front of her face to clang against the wall, and in the next breath, Nynaeve was bearing her to the gallery floor behind the railing.
Oh my
Wide-eyed and
goodness.
sprawling, Egwene stared at what lay on the stone in front of her door where it had fallen. A bolt from a crossbow. A few dark strands from her hair were tangled in the 4 heavy prongs, meant for punching through armor. She raised a trembling hand to touch her ear, to touch the tiniest nick, damp with a bead of blood. If I had not stopped just then, if I hadn't... The quarrel would have gone right through her head and would probably have killed Nynaeve, too. "Blood and ashes," she gasped. "Blood and bloody ashes!" "Watch your language," Nynaeve admonished, but her heart was not in it. She lay peering between the white stone balusters toward the far side of the galleries. A glow surrounded her, to Egwene's eyes. She had embraced Saidar. Hastily, Egwene tried to reach out for the one power too, but at first, haste defeated her. Haste, and images that kept intruding on the emptiness. Images of her head being ripped apart like a rotten melon by a heavy quarrel that went on to bury itself in Nynaeve. She took a deep breath and tried again. And finally, the rose floated in nothingness, opened to the true source, and the power filled her. She rolled onto her stomach to peer through the railing beside Nynaeve. "Do you see anything? Do you see him? I'll put a lightning bolt through him." She could feel it building, pressing on her to loose it. "It is a man, isn't it?" She could not imagine a man coming into the novices' quarters, but it was impossible to picture a woman carrying a crossbow through the tower. "I don't know." Quiet anger filled Nynaeve's voice. Her anger was always at its worst when she grew quiet with it. Many to best in plain brown breeches and coat. This is far. There. Egwene felt the power pulse in the other woman, and then Nynaeve was unhurriedly getting to her feet, brushing at her dress as if there were nothing more to worry about. Egwene stared at her. "What? What did you do? Nynaeve?" "Of the 5 powers," Nynaeve said in a lecturing tone, faintly mocking.
Immediately.
"Air, sometimes called wind, is thought by many to be of the least use. This is far from true." She finished with a tight laugh. "I told you there were other ways to defend ourselves. I used air, to hold him with air, if it is a he. I could not see him clearly. A trick the Amelin showed me once, though I doubt she expected me to see how it was done. Well, are you going to lie there all day?" Egwene scrambled up to hurry after her around the gallery. Before long, a man did come into sight around the curve, dressed in plain brown breeches and coat. He stood facing the other way, balanced on the ball of one foot, with the other hanging in mid-air as if he had been caught in the middle of running. The man would feel as if he were buried in thick jelly, yet it was nothing but air, stiffened around him. Egwene remembered the Amelin's trick too, but she did not think she could duplicate it. Nynaeve only had to see a thing done once to know how to do it herself. When she could manage to channel at all, of course.
Bruh. Nynaeve is OP. Why is Nynaeve so OP coming through just doing the exact thing that she saw the Amerlin seat do? Like, there's no way. Like, that is not, there's no way that she's just easily doing these things, you know? Like, damn. Legit, like, how? How are you doing this? How the hell did you manage that?
As it was brief. "Not a part of your studies yet. But you seem to have gone beyond. Is one of the soulless. A grey man." Absently, she wiped her fingers again, her eyes going back to the body. Worried eyes. "The soulless?" Egwene said. a tremor in her voice, at the same time that Nynaeve said, "A grey man?" Shiriam glanced at them, a look as penetrating as it was brief. "Not a part of your studies yet, but you seem to have gone beyond the rules in a great many ways. And considering you found this," she gestured to the corpse, "the soulless, the grey men, give up their souls to serve the Dark One as assassins. They are not really alive after that. Not quite dead, but not truly alive. And despite the name, some grey men are women. A very few. Even among dark friends, only a handful of women are stupid enough to make that sacrifice. You can look right at them and hardly notice them, until it is too late. He was as much as dead while he walked. Now, only my eyes tell me that what is lying there ever lived at all." She gave them another long look. "No grey man has dared enter Tar Valon since the Trolloc Wars."
Crazy.
"What will you do?" Egwene asked. Shiriam's brows rose, and she quickly added, "If I may ask, Shiriam Sedai." The Aes Sedai hesitated. "I suppose you may, since you had the bad luck to find him. It will be up to the Amelin seat, but with everything that has happened, I believe she will want to keep this as quiet as is possible. We do not need more rumors. You will speak of this to no one but me."
Yo, I definitely don't trust Shiriam. I don't care what nobody say, especially with a name like Shiriam. Like, I'm not trusting you, lady. That is not a trustworthy name. But as we continue through chapter 15, man, it's just so many untrustworthy things are just happening right after another. I love the way that Nynaeve, I love the way that Nynaeve quickly thinks and she goes to get the crossbow because she's like, yo, if they see the crossbow, it's over. You know? Like, it'll be over if we do that. Yeah, and I love the way that we just kind of get that out the way quick, fast, and in a hurry. She goes, she gets the cloak, puts it on, runs back. And then that's how we get another implication of another gray man possibly being on site. Because if the bow ain't there, then where it at? You know? Where it at though? We also get the drop right here. The use of the one power was divided into the 5 powers: earth, air, fire, water, and spirit. Different talents require different combinations of the 5 powers. I don't understand some of the ways the 5 powers are combined. Oh yeah, just that. It's a different combination of the 5 powers. I love that. That is so dope. Like, legit, that's cool as hell. Mm. Oh, and then we end the chapter with the big question. I wonder who stabbed him. And that's exactly what I have on my mind as well, is who the hell stabbed him? Who stabbed him up? But the world will never know. Another solid chapter. Really, really love it. Crazy. I need to know more about the Gray Men and the Soulless. There are so many things working for the Dark One. Like bro has henchmen. You know what I mean? Like bro got henchmen, bro got goons. He got a little bit of everything. Like he got them all out there, and that is crazy. You know, like damn. The political distrust, the political intrigue is definitely growing and building in Tar Valon for show, and we continue to see that happen in
Chapter 16 Hunters 3.
The Hunters 3. What a dope ass name. I can't lie to you. That is a really dope name. The Hunters 3 was also another really good chapter. I love Elaine. Y'all know I love me some Elaine. She's a great character in this book for sure. In the books, I love her character. She's annoying though. She got on my nerves. Like she was getting on my nerves, but I still love her. Like I love her because like she's that type of annoying, right? Like this is like like I love it. I love it. I love it. Like she is down for the get down, and she's also not about to get belittled, and she's also not about to, move on her word. She stands on business, but she's also a huge brat. As we see, all the girls are huge brats. Like they're all huge brats as well in their own right. And I love it, yo. I love it because they will not falter from who they are. You know what I mean? At least right now they won't, and that's dope. But as they get back to Nynaeve's room, Elaine, Gawain, and Galad are all there. They're all there. They're all just chilling in Nynaeve's room because, well, her brothers followed her when they saw her, and she was going to Nynaeve's room because she needed to cry. So as they're all in there talking, Galad and Gawain, they are just kind of, pushing for answers as to where they went, what was going on, why they asked to stay so they could protect their sister. But even she's like, oh, so you didn't stay so you could keep going to being a warder, which I don't know if we knew that yet, but they're there to try to be warders, or I think they're either going to be warders or just there to get warder training so they're more badass. Either way, one way or another. Gotta find you, gotta get you. Uh, and then we find out that everything that the Amerlin seat was worried about is already happening in full effect. She's actually far behind when it comes to what everyone knows. What is it? Is it Galad that says this? The White Tower has become a dangerous place. There have been deaths, murders with no real explanations. Even some Aes Sedai have been killed, though they have tried to keep that quiet. And I have heard rumors that I have heard rumors of the Black Aja spoken in the tower itself. By Mother's command, when it is safe for you to leave your training, we are to return to Camelin. And of course, Egwene and mostly Nynaeve is not having any of this. She's like, bro, y'all think y'all about to come up in my room and bark orders? Y'all got to the 3 count until you get up out of here. And he was like, yeah, whatever, And bro, Gawain is straight. No. Galad is straight. Trying to drop the Riz on Egwene, and she can't help it because he is the most beautiful man she's ever seen, which is hilarious. Hilarious and crazy. But after they all leave, they have this conversation about not knowing if they can even trust the Amerlin much further than the Black Aja. She means to use us for her own ends, and I mean to see she doesn't use us up. Do you understand that? Oh, spitting, bro. Straight spitting. I love it. And then Elaine drops when Andor goes to war, the first Prince of the Swords commands in the army, but the Queen rides with them. 700 years ago, at the Battle of Kualandin, the Andermen were being routed, and Queen Modrelaine Queen Mordrellin rode alone and unarmed, carrying the lion banner into the midst of the Tyran army. The Andermen rallied and attacked once more to save her and won the battle. That is the kind of courage expected of the Queen of Andor. If I have not learned to control my fear yet, I must before I take my mother's place on the lion's throne. Like, bruh, oh my goodness. Everybody is out here going crazy. The character development in this section for these girls is tremendous, yo. Like they do them so the Hunters 3, duh. They do the Hunters 3 so good here. Um and I'm down for it, yo. I am down for it all the way. I hope that this is something that we actually maybe get to expand on a little bit in the show as well. Is the Hunters 3? Maybe that gets its own little episode or something like that. I think we could definitely see the Hunters 3 be the title of an episode. But also, I don't know what's up with the Amerlin seat right now because she just got like full blown attacked. You know what I'm saying? I have no idea what could happen next. Mm. And I also love the way that oh, well, it was crazy to know that everyone knows, no matter how secret they're trying to keep things. And then Nine shows off how strategic and smart she really is at the end of the chapter. She really starts in this chapter, in this section as well. We really see Nynaeve start to get in her Aes Sedai bag. And that. And that was something that was really nice to see because she's always very hot headed in what she does. And we usually just kind of see the end of her ideas and being like, oh, damn, she did that. But now it's cool to see the idea kind of come together and her kind of rally the other two by her side and being like, okay, look, this is what we're doing. And let's get it cracking. And then we end the chapter with what is her name? Oh yeah. And then we end that chapter and the section with Elida coming to the door and basically shaking up everything, yo. So that is that first section. That is the first portion of this section, chapter 13 through 16. I really did appreciate it, and I hope you guys did too. Let's jump into chat a little bit and see how you guys are feeling about it. I love Matt's reboot. Don't like him pre Dragon Reborn, but here on, oh, okay, I see. Yeah, he was a little bit of kind of a pest, a little bit, you know. But it makes sense because he had, he had the dagger, so I see it. Do not invoke her name here, the Amerlin said calmly. But it helps you, it really helps you know how they talk and how much emphasis they put on things and how serious they can be in such a uh calm manner, which is sometimes even more terrifying than anything else. Not sometimes, it is more terrifying than anything else, you know? You can tell this was written in the 90s by how Swan is recruiting three teenagers. Yeah, with attitude to fight evil for her. I was going to be so. Oh, okay. The girls didn't pass the stranger danger test. What is up with that, yo? What is up with the girls not like. They just one just cannot not talk, and then they also just follow a person they don't trust into the middle of nowhere type of vibe. It's like, come on, son, what are we doing here? Like, this is a terrible idea. I can't believe you guys are doing this. I agree, Alan. It was a really good chapter. But, Mother, I can't even channel unless I'm angry. Oh, no worries. I got that covered. For real, though. Gray men are terrifying. Yeah, they sound a lot like golems, basically. Like a golem, but not made out of clay. Like, they're just zombies. But not a zombie. A zombie golem. Get down, Mr. President. Who says Egwene isn't a Taviran? That's a lucky miss. Yeah. I mean, yeah. There is a Taviran in the building. That is also true. Matt is also there, like downstairs. Like he's down the hall to the left. Yo, what's up with the KP? Appreciate you, man. Thanks for the love, my guy. Shuriam is like, good lord. And good lord, what mischief are those girls up to? Is that a time body? Literally. You found it. Yeah, it was just lying here. Oh, what? Yep. Swear. Ooh. All right. Yeah, that first section is nice, man. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Facts. Galad is the Rizzler, indeed. Because Brett doesn't even have to do anything. He comes through with the how you doing? You know what I mean? He comes through with that one. With the hello. What's up? Okay, yeah. That's the first portion. The next portion that we're going to be getting into for this section is chapters 17 through 19. Yo, that is the next portion of chapters we are about to get into. And I am ready to get into it. All right. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. And I hope y'all are ready to get into it too. And I think we should be able to move a little bit quicker through this portion because I think all these chapters are fairly short. Yeah, all these next chapters are fairly short until we get to chapter 22. And then chapter 22 is the beefy boy. Chapter 22 is the beefy boy. All right. So let's get into
Chapter 17 The Red Sister.
Yo, the Red Sister. What a great name for it. And they had me rolling talking about Elida was a handsome woman rather than beautiful. Bro, I was like, this is how we're starting the chapter. What? Like, what? Are we serious here? Like, are we really being serious? Ain't no way we're being serious. But we were. We were being serious. Elida is a handsome woman. You know what I mean? And I love the way these things are put, and it kind of quickly paints a picture in your mind. You know? It quickly paints the picture in your mind of what in the hell is really going on. But a lady comes through and she is just asking questions left and right. And then immediately Nynaeve starts talking like, we were told Like, did you know that we have Black Aja among us? Like, bro, what? We don't trust you at all. This is insane. Who the hell are you again? Like, when did we meet you? Do we have a class with you as a teacher? Like, what are you doing here? How is this happening? Like, what's going on? Uh, and of course I'm like, bro, they talk too much immediately. Did you know that we have Black Aja among us? We were told, Elida Sadai. I thought you might know of it. Like, damn, bro. Like, y'all are answering way too many questions, giving way too much information. Like, what's happening? But they also dropped you will be the first queen of Andor ever to be an Aes Sedai, the first queen anywhere to be Aes Sedai in over 1,000 years. One of the strongest of us since the breaking of the world, perhaps strong enough to be the first ruler since the breaking to openly tell the world she is Aes Sedai. Like, bruh, they really are hitting home that Elaine is OP, bro. She is OP and just her status and just character in general. It's like, god damn. Like that has to be a heavy is the head that wears the crown, you feel me? Holy. Uh And then Elida says, "You may be in grave danger, all three of you. You disappear, return, and in the interval, Leandrin and her companions leave us. There will inevitably be comparisons. We are sure Leandrin and those who went with her are dark friends. I would not see the same charge leveled at Elaine." Blah 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 blah. And wait, where did I say that at? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. She's like, tell me why you ran away and what you have been doing these months, and I will do what I can for you. Her eyes fastened on Egwene like grappling hooks. Like, damn. She is definitely a dark friend. That's how I felt at this exact moment. I was like, oh yeah, Elida is definitely a dark friend. No, no, no way she's not. And then she's like, yo, we were commanded to be silent. And then she asks about Rand, which is also super weird. Like, she is 100% a dark friend. No way you're coming through asking about Rand, asking about, like, come on. Like, what are we doing here? You know? Like, can we get it together? But then, luckily, Shiriam comes through and saves them. It is well I find you here, Elaine. I want all three of you. I'm not expected to find you here, Elida. I love it, yo. I love it. Elida is just definitely interesting. Oh yeah, I've almost forgot that they severed the 1,000 year peace treaty. Basically, there was between Andor and motherfucking Tarvalon, which is one hell of a feat for them to do. You know what I mean? That's crazy. And then, of course, we can just wrap it up again with they talk too damn much. Like, I could not believe they just could not hold their tongues. Just, they were literally just yapping up a storm, bro. Yapping up a damn storm. Like, I couldn't, bruh, what's happening? Yeah, I did not like Elida. She gave me interesting vibes. Yeah, exactly, Marisu. Put the prediction on the board. Elida is a black Aja. Yeah, facts, 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 facts. Where's my oh, I got my iPad right here actually. Uh oh. Elida. Dark friend. I wish I was thinking about writing stuff like this down before this moment. Because I definitely would have. Um but yeah, definitely gave me some definitely gave me some crazy vibes. I hear my baby screaming, crying. I wonder what's going on. Okay, here we go, chat. It is time for
Chapter 18. Healing.
healing, baby. So we find out that Sheriam has come and got the Hunters 3 to bring them to the lower chambers of some kind in order to see the procedure be done on Matt, because I guess it is Tarvalon policy that whoever brought said sick person to Tarvalon oversees their healing. Also, you guessed it, in Tarvalon. We start this off with it was actually let's just drop this. Let's just drop the start of the chapter because I really like how this one starts. Let's get into
Chapter 18. Healing. Lamps on iron wall brackets lit the passages deep beneath the tower where Shiriam took them. The few doors they passed were shut tight, some locked, some so cunningly worked that they remained unseen until Egwene was right on top of them. Dark openings marked most of the crossing hallways, while down others she could only see the dim glow of distant lights spaced far apart. She saw no other people. These were not places even Aes Sedai often came. The air was neither cool nor warm, but she shivered anyway, and at the same time felt sweat trickling down her back. It was down here, in the depths of the White Tower, that novices went through their last test before being raised to accepted. Or put out of the tower, if they failed. Down here, accepted took the 3 oaths after passing their final test. No one, she realized, had ever told her what happened to an accepted who failed. Down here, somewhere, was the room where the tower's few Angreal and Sa-Angreal were kept, and the places where the Ter-Angreal were stored. The Black Aja had struck at those storerooms, and if some of the Black Aja were lying in wait in one of those dark side corridors, if Shiriam were leading them not to Mat, but to... She gave a squeak when the Aes Sedai stopped suddenly, then coloured when the others looked at her curiously. "I was thinking about the Black Aja," she said weakly. "Do not think of it," Shiriam said, and for once she sounded like the Shiriam of old, kindly if firm. "The Black Aja will not be your worry for years to come. You have what the rest of us do not, time before you must deal with it. Much time yet. When we enter, stay against the wall and keep silent. You are allowed here as a benevolence, to attend, not to distract or interfere." She opened a door covered in grey metal, worked to look like stone.
bruh. Oh man, the just building it up is beautiful. It's just beautiful.
Slowly the light spread, until that which seemed to emanate from one woman, its damage is very close to what could kill him. "I will focus. Attend.
Okay.
Light. They're not sure they can heal him, even with a Sa-Angreal.
Here we go.
With that Sir Angriel. What chance would we have had? We'd probably have killed him, and ourselves too. Light! I will meld the flows, the Amelin said. Be careful. The power needed to break the bond with the dagger and heal its damage is very close to what could kill him. I will focus. Attend. She held the wand straight out in front of her in both hands above Matt's face. Still unconscious, he shook his head and tightened a fist on the dagger's hilt, muttering something that sounded like a denial. A glow appeared around each Aes Sedai, that soft white light that only a woman who could channel could see. Slowly the light spread, until that which seemed to emanate from one woman touched that which came from the woman beside her, merged with it, till there was only one light, a light that, to Egwene's eyes, diminished the lamps to nothing. And in that brightness was a stronger light still, a bar of bone-white fire, the Sir Angrial. Egwene fought the urge to open herself to Saidar and add her flow to the tide. It was a pull so strong she was about to be jerked off her feet. Elaine tightened her hold on her hand. Nynaeve took a step toward the table, then stopped with an angry shake of her head. Light, Egwene thought. I could do it. But she did not know what it was she could do. Light, it's so strong. It's so wonderful. Elaine's hand was trembling. On the table, Matt thrashed in the middle of the glow, jerking this way, then that, muttering incomprehensibly. But he did not loosen his hold on the dagger, and his eyes remained closed. Slowly, ever so slowly, he began to arch his back, muscles straining till he shook. Still, he fought and bucked until finally only his heels and his shoulders touched the table. His hand on the dagger sprang open and, quivering, crept back from the hilt. Was forced, fighting from the hilt. His lips skinned away from his teeth in a snarl, a grimace of pain, and his breath came in forced grunts. "They are killing him," Egwene whispered. "The Amelin is killing him. We have to do something." Just as softly, Nynaeve said, "If we stop them, if we could stop them, he'll die. I do not think I could handle half that much of the power." She paused as if she had just heard her own words, that she could channel half of what 10 full Aes Sedai did with a Sir Angrial, and her voice grew even fainter. "Light, help me. I want to." She fell silent abruptly. Did she mean that she wanted to help Matt, or that she wanted to channel that flow of power? Egwene could feel that urge in herself, like a song that compelled her to dance. "We must trust them," Nynaeve said in an intense whisper finally. "He has no other chance." Suddenly, Matt shouted, loud and strong. "Muad'Drin! Tiadar aliende kabadrin! Jadium!" Arched and struggling, eyes squeezed shut, he bellowed the words clearly. "Los Valdar! Quibiari! Los! Karai and Kaldazar! Al-Kaldazar!" Egwene frowned. She had learned enough to recognize
He
the old
hitting
tongue,
that shit.
if not to understand more than a few words. Karai and Kaldazar. Al-Kaldazar. For the honor of the Red Eagle. For the Red Eagle. Ancient battle cries of Manetheren, a nation that had vanished during the Trolloc Wars. A nation that had stood where the Two Rivers was now. That much she knew. But in some way, it seemed for a moment that she should understand the rest, too, as if the meaning were just out of sight, and all she had to do was turn her head to know. With a loud pop of tearing leather, the golden-sheathed dagger rose from Matt's belt, hung a foot above his straining body. The ruby glittered, seemed to send off crimson sparks, as if it too fought for healing. Matt's eyes opened, and he glared at the women standing around him. "Mia ayende Aes Sedai! Kabalein misenya! Inde muagde Aes Sedai misenya! Mia ayende!" And he began to scream, a roar of rage that went on and on till Egwene wondered that he had breath left in him. Hurriedly, Anaya bent to lift a dark metal box from under the table, moving as if it were heavy. When she set it beside Matt and opened the lid, only a small space was revealed within sides at least 2 inches thick.
Crazy how
Anaya bent
Moiraine's
again
not
for a set
even
of
here,
tongs,
but in
such as
the
a good wife
show,
might use in her kitchen,
she's the one
and
that
grasped
does
the
it.
floating dagger in them as carefully as if it were a poisonous snake. Matt's scream grew frantic. The ruby shone furiously, flashing blood red. The Aes Sedai thrust the dagger into the box and snapped the lid down, letting out a loud sigh as it clicked shut. "A filthy thing," she said. As soon as the dagger was hidden, Matt's shriek cut off, and he collapsed as if muscle and bone had turned to water. An instant later, the glow surrounding Aes Sedai and table winked out. "Done," the Amelin said hoarsely, as if she had been the one screaming. "It is done." Some of the Aes Sedai sagged visibly, and sweat beaded on more than one brow. Anaya pulled a plain linen handkerchief from her sleeve and wiped her face openly. The cool-eyed white dabbed almost surreptitiously at her cheeks with a bit of Lugard lace. "Fascinating," Verin said, "that the old blood could flow so strongly in anyone today." She and Seraphel put their heads together, talking softly, but with many gestures.
Yo, what a way to get that. And then we hear later that the Amerlin seed says, for a time, the past and the present were one. He was there and he was here. He knew who we were and he commanded us to release him. I am a free man, Aes Sedai. I am no Aes Sedai meat. That is what he said. Buddy. Like, oh shit. Matt was coming through like, bruh, y'all better let me the go. Like, y'all better let me go or it's about to be ugly. Like, bruh. Bruh's ordering soldiers in a battle from 2,000 years ago. What the hell is going on with Matt? You feel me? Like, what is going on with him? Oh. Okay. And that's how we end chapter 18. You know, with Matt getting healed. And then we start this chapter with our boy. So let's get into
Chapter 19. Awakening. Matt opened his eyes slowly and stared up at the white plaster ceiling, wondering where he was and how he had come there. An intricate fringe of gilded leaves bordered the ceiling, and the mattress under his back felt plumped full of feathers. Somewhere rich, then. Somewhere with money. But his head was empty of the where and the how, and a lot more besides. He had been dreaming, and bits of those dreams still tumbled together with memories in his head. He could not separate one from the other. Wild flights and fights, strange people from across the ocean, ways and portal stones and pieces of other lives, things right out of a gleeman's tales. These had to be dreams. At least he thought they must be. But Loyal was no dream, and he was an Ogier. Chunks of conversations drifted around in his thoughts, talks with his father, with friends, with Moraine, and a beautiful woman, and a ship captain, and a well-dressed man who spoke to him like a father giving sage advice. Those were probably real. But it was all bits and fragments, drifting. Modrin, Teodar, Aliende, Cabadrin, Radiam, he murmured. The words were only sounds, yet they sparked something. The packed lines of spearmen stretched a mile or more to either side below him, dotted with the pennants and banners of towns and cities and minor houses. The river secured his flank on the left, the bogs and mires on the right. From the hillside, he watched the spearmen struggle against the massive Trollocs trying to break through, 10 times the human's number. Spears pierced black Trolloc mail, and spiked axes carved bloody gaps in the human ranks. Screams and bellows harried the air. The sun burned hot overhead in a cloudless sky, and shimmers of heat rose above the battle line. Arrows still rained down from the enemy, slaying Trolloc and human alike. He had called his archers back, but the Dreadlords did not care so long as they broke his line. On the ridge behind him, the Heart Guard awaited his command, horses stamping impatiently. Armour on men and horses alike shone silver in the sunlight. Neither men nor animals could stand the heat much longer. They must win here or die. He was known as a gambler. It was time to toss the dice. In a voice that carried over the tumult below, he gave the order as he swung up into his saddle. "Footmen, prepare to pass cavalry forward!" His bannerman rode close beside him, the red eagle banner flapping over his head as the command was repeated up and down the line. Below, the spearmen suddenly moved, sidestepping with good discipline, narrowing their formations, opening wide gaps between. Gaps into which the Trollocs poured, roaring bestial cries like a black, oozing tide of death.
Bruh.
He drew his sword, raised it high. "Forward, the Heart Guard!" He dug his heels in, and his mount leaped down the slope. Behind him, hooves thundered in the charge. "Forward!" He was first to strike into the Trollocs, his sword rising and falling, his bannerman close behind. "For the honour of the Red Eagle!" The Heart Guard pounded into the gaps between the spearmen, smashing the tide, hurling it back.
Yo,
"The
bro,
Red
Rosamund
Eagle!"
Pike be hitting that
Half-human faces
shit. That's
snarled
all I
at
can
him.
say.
Oddly curved swords sought him, but he cut his way ever deeper. Win or die. "Manetheren!" Matt's hand trembled as he raised it to his forehead. "Los Valda Quibieri," he muttered. He was almost sure he knew what it meant. Forward, the Heart Guard. Or maybe the Heart Guard will advance. But that could not be. Moraine had told him a few words of the old tongue, and those were all he knew of it. The rest might as well be magpie chatter.
Bruh, what's happening? The straight uncertainty of every single character questioning their sanity as well as they just are thrown into these different things. Like, bro, Matt is just struggling, bro. And me, like, not struggling, but I mean, I would be struggling if I had these crazy visions right here, like this, you know, like, damn, bro, like, bro, that shit was insane. I love that chapter. I love the way that we start this chapter. I love these, uh, like blurred lines. You know what I mean? The blurred line visions, the BOVs. You know what I mean? I love to see when the lines blur. That's just so crazy to see. Like, and they're like he's like, and then he just sees something else that's going on. Like, damn, bruh, that all of these characters are getting a active level up. Like, they're actively going through a level up, is what I mean to say. And that is so, it's just really cool to see them actively leveling up in front of your eyes. You know, like that shit is crazy. After this, Matt absolutely throws down an entire meal. Like, he throws that shit down. Bro, just you know what I mean? Like, bruh, like, it's going down after that. Like, crazy battle sequence into him eating like he was literally just in a battle. Um, excuse me. Mm. And then bro is like, Rand burned me. I wonder if he's gone mad yet. Like, bro's already thinking about Rand going mad. Like, it's so crazy. um, and he makes this crazy comparison here too. He says, discovering what Rand could do had been like finding out his best friend tortured small animals and killed babies. Once you finally made yourself believe it, it was hard to call him a friend any longer. What? That's just, bro. Mm, mm. Crazy that he would even make that. You have him basically turning his back on, not turning his back, but kind of saying something like that is like, damn. And then you have, and then you got Perrin who's like riding for his boy. You feel me on it? Like, it's really funny, bro. It's really funny how different everyone is from each other. But I like that. I like those differences. Those differences are subtle, but they go deep. Ooh, pause. You know what I mean, though? For real. Uh oh, and then we get this bit too. Tarvalon is the wealthiest city in the world, the center of trade between the borderlands and the south, and the center of Aes Sedai power. So again, just getting a good refresher. They even Matt even gives us like a thinking about Aes Sedai made him remember a little about them. The seven Ajas, blue, red, brown, green, yellow, white, and gray. The reds were the worst, except for that black Aja they all claim doesn't exist. But the red Aja should be no threat to him. They were only interested in men who could channel. And then that makes him think of Rand. You know what I mean? You know, it's like, bruh, it's pretty intense. It's pretty intense. I love it. Bro, and then after bro absolutely stuffs his freaking face, he realizes that he's freaking still he's still hungry. And then he realizes, he's like, yo, wait, I blew the horn of the leer. And then he whistles a bit of the tune. I'm oh Oh yeah, this is actually kind of creepy. I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of creepy.
Idly, he wondered if the Aes Sedai might let him have the ruby from the Shadar Logoth dagger. He remembered the dagger in only the fuzziest way, but even that was like remembering a terrible injury. His insides knotted up, and sharp pain dug at his temples. Yet the ruby was clear in his mind, as big as his thumbnail, dark as a drop of blood, glittering like some crimson eye. Did not relish the notion of carrying it as far as Emmons Field if they did, and the thought of owning the largest farm in the Two Rivers was no longer as exciting as it once had been. He would go, that was sure. A visit with them, a day to see the city, perhaps a game with the dice to pad out his purse, and then he would be off for somewhere where there were no Aes Sedai. Before he returned home, I will go home one day. One day I will. He meant to see something of the world, and without any Aes Sedai making him dance to her tune. Rummaging around the tray for something more to eat, he was shocked to realize nothing was left but smears and a few crumbs of bread and cheese. The pitchers were both empty. He squinted down at his stomach in wonder. He should have been stuffed to the ears with all that in him, but he felt as if he had hardly eaten at all. He scraped the last bits of cheese together between thumb and forefinger. Halfway to his mouth, his hand froze. I blew the horn of Valia. Softly, he whistled a bit of tune, then cut it short when the words came to him. I'm down at the bottom of the well. It's night and the rain is coming down. The sides are falling in, and there's no rope to climb. I'm down at the bottom of the well. There had better be a bloody rope to climb, he whispered.
Oh my god. There better be a bloody rope to climb, bruh. Oh man. Like, yes, sir. We are absolutely cooking, man. Like, that's all I can say with this. Like, it just works for me so much so. Like, bruh. Oh my god. Oh, bruh. And then that's the end of the chapter, basically. That's basically the end of it right there. La 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 la. You make me feel good. I don't know what happened just now. We're gonna ignore that just happened. All right, we're not gonna address that. We're moving on. We're moving on, chat. Don't talk about it. But that is the end of chapter 19, bringing us to the end of the second portion of this section. So let's talk about it, chat. How did you guys like chapters 17, 18, and 19? Because they were definitely crazy. They were definitely crazy. I love me some Matt, and I love that we get even more Matt in the following chapters. Like, it just works so well. They did such a good job of putting all these things together and allowing us to see where Matt is mentally, to see how his brain is, you know what I mean? How everything is really going. Because honestly, bro's been struggling. He's been absolutely struggling up until this point. You know, he was struggling. So now it's cool to see him be able to eat, because he couldn't eat anything. He was just dying slowly in front of everybody. The dagger was literally draining him of his life force. And that shit was really sad. Kids in the back seat be like, "Are we at the Matt chapters yet?" That's hilarious. I've actually done a reading where I only read Matt chapters. That's crazy. That's crazy. I think I read something somewhere when someone said that they wrote like that. Like, they wrote chapters, but they only wrote it for certain people. Like, they only wrote certain people, and then they put everything together at the end. And I was like, bro, how could your brain even see some shit like that? My brain could never. Don't forget, Elida met Rand in book 1, and she said she had a foretelling about the chaos he would cause. Yeah, I remember that. That's crazy because Elida is the queen of Andor's. I'm thinking of, but yeah, yes, like she was her Aes Sedai, right? That's who Elida is, if I'm not mistaken. And then when she came to the White Tower and her daughter wasn't there, she was like, "All right, Elida, you stay here," which is absolutely diabolical. You heard him chat. Put the prediction on the board. Elida is, yeah. I think she's a Yeah, I definitely think that she's Black Aja. No doubt about it, honestly. Like, I'm 100% sure she's a Black Aja. No, I'm just, I don't know about 100% sure, but I am pretty sure about it. They're like freaking 8-year-olds screwing up again 5 minutes after timeout. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Matt speaks the old tongue fluently. Doviendi Setovia Sagen. It's time to toss the dice as the dice roll, baby. Why are we getting the most amazingly written battle and it's just Matt daydreaming? I guess it is just Matt daydreaming. That's hilarious. And then the other battle is just him in a practice. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Manetherin named their military elite squad after a medicine I give my dogs. That's funny. That's why Rand didn't want to tell him. Yeah, because they definitely started going in. Like, Matt was immediately not with it. He was like, nah, bro. What? He's who? He's one of what? You're the dragon. What? Nah, bro. Get out of here, bro. We can't even talk to him anymore. Brett said finding out he was the Dragon Reborn was like finding out his best friend killed animals and babies. Like, what are you talking about, fam? I love Matt packing away a meal meant for an entire NFL offensive line and then wanting more. Yeah, that shit. Bro, like that's so creepy, and what a dope way as well to show how just absolutely just fucked that was. You know what I mean? It was just so it was not only nasty as hell what was going on to him, but it really took a toll on his body. And then to be able to do that afterwards and it actually give you sustenance and actually build you up, like, bro, you really know that bro was like dying. Like he was about to be possessed. He was about to get turned into a gray man. Dun dun dun. How does one become a soulless? Did they tell us that? Oh yeah, they just give their souls up. Not they don't get them like interesting. Anyway, I love how the Aes Sedai don't even have to worry about Matt running away because it costs a small fortune to feed him every day to keep him from starving. Facts. He would be dead if he tried to run away. No one else could provide him with the no one could provide him with what he needs to sustain himself. Like no one would be able to do that. But them, which is something they clearly all know. Matt is best boy. I agree. Read and find out. Yes. Arafo it is. Arafo it is, yo. But that brings us to the end of that portion. And now we are about to get into the next portion of this section, which is chapters 20 through 22. So I am excited to get into these. Bro, I don't know. Yeah, I'm just excited to talk about all of this amazing stuff that's about to happen in 22 because chapter 22 is crazy. It raised a lot of freaking questions for me. I was like, bro, what is happening here? Didn't have really any other questions for anything else too much. I was just kind of tuned into everything else that was going on within chapters 20, 21. But once we get to chapter 22, it was like, whoa, buddy, what the hell is going on here? So, yeah, we're about to jump into this next portion right now. Let me know your guys' thoughts, any questions that you might have for this portion as well. But before we get into it, I do need to get me some more water. And while I do that, here, y'all go ahead and check out this.
Six nations divided, how the gods envisioned the lands of Ghaphora, where nations must praise their gods individually. Inguvu, the god of power, Altira, the goddess of reality, Akasha, the goddess of space, Akaili, the goddess of mind, Nafasi, the god of time, Isarin, the god of soul. Each god bestowed their name and universal property to their nation through the blood of their land. Diligent praise to these gods, along with the blood of the land, allows the inhabitants of Ghaphora to wield the universal property of their god. These inhabitants are called gifts. It is forbidden for these nations to fraternize with one another. Gifts, the lands of Ghaphora.
All right. Let's get it, yo. Let's get it, man. Because these chapters are crazy right here. These chapters are absolutely insane. So it is time for. Oh, let's get into.
Chapter 20. Visitations. The woman who came in, dressed all in white silk and silver, shut the door behind her and leaned back against it to study him with the darkest eyes.
I was
Matt had ever
immediately
seen.
like, oh,
She was so
shit.
beautiful, he almost forgot to breathe, with hair as black as night, held by a finely woven silver band, and as graceful in repose as another woman would be dancing. He halfway thought that he knew her, but he rejected the idea out of hand. No man could ever forget a woman like her. You may be passable, I suppose, once you fill out again, she said. But for now, perhaps you could put on something. For an instant, Matt continued to stare at her. Then, suddenly, he realized he was standing there naked. Face scarlet, he shambled to the bed, pulled the blanket around himself like a cloak, and more fell than sat down on the edge of the mattress.
It's absolutely diabolical that everything that had just happened, he was butt naked for. I'm just saying, it's pretty wild that bro was eating like that, butt ass naked. Right? Like, that really paints the scene, doesn't it? Like, bro woke up and scarfed down a 4-course meal naked. I don't know if I've ever ate naked. Drop a 1 in the chat if you've ever ate
I'm
naked.
sorry for... I didn't expect... He drew a deep breath. I apologize for your finding me this way. He could still feel the heat in his cheeks. For a moment, he wished that Rand, whatever he had become, or even Perrin were there to advise him. They always seemed to get on well with women. Even girls who knew that Rand was all but promised to Egwene used to stare at him, and they seemed to think Perrin's slow ways were gentle and attractive. However hard he tried, he always managed to make a fool of himself in front of girls, as he had just done. I would not have visited you in this way, Matt, except that I was here in the White Tower. She smiled as if the name amused her, for another purpose, and I wanted to see all of you. Matt's face reddened again, and he tugged the blanket around him tighter, but she seemed not to have been teasing him. More graceful than a swan, she glided to the table. You are hungry. That's to be expected, the way they do things. Make sure you eat all they give you. You will be surprised at how quickly you put weight back and regain strength. Pardon, Matt said diffidently, but do I know you?
Bruh, why does she know everything? Why does she know that he's gonna gain strength? It makes me nervous. You know what I mean? It makes me so nervous. I can't remember. Has Matt met Celine yet? Has Matt met Celine, aka Lanfear, yet? I really can't remember if he was knocked out for those altercations. Not sure. But yeah, it's crazy to see Celine just kind of pop up everywhere talking to everyone at some point. It is actually pretty badass. I'm not gonna pretend to like that is pretty badass that she's just kind of everywhere pulling strings and laying these doubts or sowing these seeds in people's minds and hearts. And I can't believe it. Really had me absolutely baffled when she pulled. Every time she pulls up, I'm like, bruh, ain't no way this is Lanfear. Like, how the hell is she here? Like, what? I thought it was bad enough that some dark friends or somebody is there, Like, I thought I thought there was some dark friends going on there or something, and that was the biggest worry. But Lanfear is pulling up in the White Tower. Like, bro, how is this possible? Like, they are so OP. And I love that he asks, "Are you a dark friend?" And then she's like, "A dark friend?" said mocking. Are you a dark friend? One of those pathetic followers of Baalzamon who think he will give them mortality and power? I will follow no one. There is one man I could stand beside, but I do not follow. Like, bruh, whoa. Like, that shit's crazy, bro. Like, that shit is actually, yeah, man. I love it. 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 And I love the way they uh, angle them or position them on two different sides of the room, and then she reaches her hand out, and he backs away as if she's right there on him, like she's right there next to him, about to attack him. That is one hell of a way to show you that she is a powerful, terrifying person. And she tells him, "You know what you want, Matt, and I know every bit as well as you. You must choose who you will trust to gain it for you." And then he's like, "You say a lot, but how do I know what's true? How do I know if I can trust them?" She's like, "By listening to them. Listen to what they tell you and what they do not. Will they tell you about your father who came from Tarvalon, a man called Abel Cawthon, and another man named Tam Althor? They made nuisances of themselves until they gained an audience." Like, oh shit, okay, so the pops pulled up, talked to the Amerlin Sea, or, well, no, because she doesn't say that the Amerlin Seat talked to them. She's just saying that Swan Chan sent them away. Like, what in the world? You know, like, oh shit. Oh shit. Like, this is insane, bruh. What is she doing here? How did she know he was awake? Like, what the how often, how many times has she pulled up on, bruh? And then he asks him, who are you, Celine, if you are not a Aes Sedai? Her smile hid secrets. Like, the writing is so well. I love that. Her smile hid secrets. That's not something like I just would never think to put things in the way that Robert Jordan puts these things. Well, maybe I would, but not in this exact way. You know, like it's just very simple, very easy to just like instead of just continuing saying said or saying she smiled in a displeasing manner or whatever the hell. Her smile hid secrets. Yeah, that's nice. Just remember that there is another choice. You need not be a puppet for the White Tower or pray for Balzamon's dark friends. The world is more complex than you can imagine. Do as these Aes Sedai wish for the present, but remember your choices. Will you do that? Like, brother. Holy shit. Terrifying, yo. Absolutely terrifying. Uh,
Meaning no offense, but you seem or invisible to
go.
women unless they were actually talking to you. And then they took at least 10 years off your age. Nynaeve, his mother, his sisters, the Amelin seat. They all did it. I'm not hungry at all, he announced. I am fine. If you will let me put my clothes on, I'll show you.
Okay, here we go, here we go, here we go. Actually, let's go a little
They're
bit
sick
back.
enough to make twice as much work for women. Let me say goodbye to Egwene and Nynaeve, and I'll be out of your hair.
Bro, I really thought he was about to
I
leave.
will go. Mother. Moraine and Verin had not seemed to care much how he talked, but this was the Amelin seat, after all. Nonsense, the Amelin said. She pulled the high-backed chair around, closer to the bed, and sat, addressing Lyanna. Men always seem to refuse to admit they are sick until they're sick enough to make twice as much work for women. Then they claim they're well too soon, with the same result. The keeper glanced at Matt and nodded. Yes, Mother, yet this one cannot claim he is well when he can barely stand up. At least he has eaten everything on his tray. I'd be surprised if he had left enough crumbs to interest a finch. And still hungry unless I miss my guess. I could have someone bring him a pie, Mother. Or some cakes. No. I think he has had as much as he can hold for now. If he brings it all back up, it won't do him any good. Matt scowled. It seemed to him that when you got sick, you became invisible to women unless they were actually talking to you. And then they took at least 10 years off your age. Nynaeve, his mother, his sisters, the Amelin seat. They all did it. I'm not hungry at all, he announced. I am fine. If you will let me put my clothes on, I'll show you how well I am. I will be out of here before you know it. They were both looking at him now. He cleared his throat. Mother. The Amelin snorted. You've eaten a meal for 5.
Mother.
And you will eat 3 or 4 like it every day for days yet, or else you will starve to death. You've just been healed from a link to the evil that killed every man, woman, and child in Aridol, and no less strong for near 2,000 years waiting for you to pick it up. It was killing you just as surely as it killed them. That is not like having a fish spine stuck in your thumb, boy. We very nearly killed you ourselves trying to save you. I am not hungry, he maintained. His stomach growled loudly to give him the lie. I read you aright the first time I saw you, the Amelin said. I knew right then you'd bolt like a startled fisher bird if you ever thought someone was trying to hold you. As well I took precautions. He eyed them warily. Precautions? They looked back, all serenity. He felt as if their eyes were pinning him to the bed. Your name and description are on their way to the bridge guards.
Bro, they did him so dirty.
I'll not try to hold you inside the tower, but you will not leave Tarvalon until you are well. Should you try to hide in the city, hunger will drive you back here eventually. Or if it doesn't, we will find you before you starve. Why do you want to keep me here so badly? He demanded. He heard Celine's voice. They want to use you. Why should you care whether I starve or not? I can feed myself. The Amelin gave a small laugh with little amusement in it. With 2 silver marks and a handful of copper, my son. Your dice would need to be very lucky indeed to buy all the food you'll need in the next few days. We do not heal people, then let them waste our efforts by dying while they still need care. In addition to which, you may yet need more healing. More? You said you had healed me. Why should I need more? My son, you carried that dagger for months. I believe we dug every trace of it out of you, but if we missed even the smallest speck, it could still be fatal. And who knows what effect your having it in your possession so long may have. Half a year from now, a year, and you may wish you had an Aes Sedai to hand to heal you again. You want me to stay here a year? He said incredulously and loudly. Lyanna shifted her feet and eyed him sharply, but the Amelin's calm features were unruffled. Perhaps not so long as that, my son. Long enough to be certain, though. Surely you want as much. Would you set sail in a boat when you didn't know whether the caulking would hold or whether a plank might be rotten?
Bro, she's killing me with the freaking references. I'm not gonna lie. Like, the references galore had me absolutely rolling. Let's see. Okay, here we go.
Did the urge to lick his lips. Light, how much does she know about Rand? If only more. Linked, silent. You could have let me die. She nodded again. Then you could.
Okay,
You
here
were
we go.
first to blow the Horn of Valia after it was found. For you, it will summon dead heroes back from the grave. For anyone else, it is only a horn. So long as you live. He took a deep breath. So long as I live, he said in a dull voice, and the Amelin nodded. You could have let me die. She nodded again. Then you could have had anyone you want blow it, and it would have worked for them. Another nod. Blood and ashes. You mean me to blow it for you? When the last battle comes, you mean me to call heroes back from the grave to fight the Dark One for you? Blood and bloody ashes. She put an elbow on the arm of the chair and propped her chin on her hand. Her eyes
I
never
was
left
like,
him.
what the
Would you prefer the alternative? He frowned, then remembered what the alternative was.
What's going on,
If
yo?
someone else had to sound the horn. You want me to blow the horn? Then I'll blow the horn. I never said I would not, did I? The Amelin gave an exasperated sigh. You remind me of my Uncle Juan. No one could ever pin him down. He liked to gamble too, and he'd much rather have fun than work. He died pulling children out of a burning house. He wouldn't stop going back as long as there was one left inside. Are you like him, Matt? Will you be there when the flames are high? He could not meet her eyes. He studied his fingers as they plucked irritably at his blanket. I'm no hero. I do what I have to do, but I am no hero.
He's spitting.
Most of those we call heroes only did what they had to do.
Most of those we call heroes only did what they have to do.
I suppose it will have to be enough. For now. You must not speak to anyone but me of the horn, my son. Or of your link to it.
And guess what? I'm pretty sure Matt's not gonna do that at all. You feel me? If he told that to Nynaeve, she'd have walked out the door and told somebody. You know what I'm saying? Yo, this is crazy. Mm. Um, Oh, and then she drops the. Oh yeah, and then she killed him with the end of it.
Make it so that only you and I knew. Do you really want dark friends coming after you? Half-men or other shadow spawn? They want the horn. You must know that. It will work as well for the shadow as for the light. But if it is to work for them, they must take you or kill you. Do you want to risk that? Matt wished he had another blanket, and maybe a goose-down comforter. The room suddenly felt very cold. Are you telling me dark friends could come after me here? I thought the White Tower could keep dark friends out. He remembered what Celine had said about the Black Ajar, and wondered what the Amelin would say to that. A good reason to stay, wouldn't you say?
Woo, woo, woo. Yo, the Amerlin C really was spitting in these chapters, bruh. We did not get to see her spit like this too much in the show. I mean, we got to see her spit a couple times, but damn, bro, like she was really spitting to everybody. She was spitting to Nynaeve, Egwene, Matt, like dropping bars for him. And they was listening too. That's what I really like, is they was listening. They may not have retained it too quickly, but they listened. And that's all that matters. You know what I'm saying? That's all that matters, yo. Absolutely fire chapter, though. I liked every chapter where we got to see Swan in, not gonna lie. All those chapters were really solid for me. All right. Let's get it popping, yo. Let's get it popping with the next chapter. And that chapter is
Chapter 21. A World of Dreams.
Man. So Egwene is doing her duties and whatnot. And then Varen pulls up, talks to her. They're chatting it up. They're going back and forth about things. And we started off another chapter. I mean, every single chapter in this section was just
So she
starting
wrote
off
barely
with
200
heat.
years afterwards, but only this one piece still exists so far as I know. Perhaps only this very copy. She noticed Egwene's sideways glance at the owl and said absently, "He keeps down mice. They chew paper." Her gesture took in the entire room and reminded her of the page she held. Fascinating, this. Rosal of Essam claimed more than 100 pages survived the breaking, and she should have known since she wrote barely 200 years afterwards, but only this one piece still exists so far as I know, perhaps only this very copy. Rosal wrote that it held secrets the world could not face, and she would not speak of them plainly. I have read this page 1,000 times, trying to decipher what she meant. The tiny owl blinked at Egwene again. She tried not to look at it. "What does it say, Varen Sedai?" Varen blinked, very much as the owl had. "What does it say?" It is a direct translation, mind, and reads almost like a bard reciting in high chant. Listen. Heart of the dark, Baalzamon. Name hidden within name, shrouded by name. Secret buried within secret, cloaked by secret. Betrayer of hope. Ishamael betrays all hope. Truth burns and sears. Hope fails before truth. A lie is our shield. Who can stand against the heart of the dark? Who can face the betrayer of hope? Soul of shadow, soul of the shadow, he is... She stopped with a sigh. It ends there. What do you make of it? I don't know, Egwene said. I do not like it. Well, why should you, child? Like it or understand it? I have studied it nearly 40 years, and I do neither. Varen carefully placed the page inside a silk-lined folder of stiff leather, then casually stuffed the folder into a stack of papers. But you did not come for that. She rummaged across the table, muttering to herself, several times barely catching a pile of books or manuscripts before it toppled. Finally, she came up with a handful of pages covered in a thin, spidery hand and tied with knobby string. Here, child, everything that is known about Liandrin and the women who went with her. Names, ages, ajas, where they were born. Everything I could find in the records. Even how they performed in their studies. What we know of the Ter Angrial they took, too, which isn't much. Only descriptions, for the most part. I do not know whether any of this will help. I saw nothing of any use in this.
Bruh. Like, literally dropping every single ounce of every single everything on us right there. Like, holy, bro. Like, like, god damn. Like it's crazy how much is just getting straight out, flat out. Just hey, here you go. Oh yeah, the last Korean Nediel 473 years ago. Oh, and from whom what I can make of the record, she barely deserved the name. It would be quite interesting if you do. Like, bro, just dropping hella shit. Like Anaya, like bro, like what? The last streamer, what? Like, bro, we're hearing about so much. It's crazy. And just like split seconds, it's like, okay, here's this information and
I
here's
can make
this
of the
information.
records, she barely deserved the name. It would be quite interesting if you do. She tested me, Verensadai, but she couldn't be sure that any of my dreams foretold the future. That is only part of what a dreamer does, child. Perhaps the least part. Anaya believes in bringing girls along too slowly, in my opinion. Look here. With one finger, Verin drew a number of parallel lines across the area she had cleared, lines clear in dust atop the old beeswax. Let these represent worlds that might exist if different
Here we
choices
go.
had been made, if major turning points in the pattern had gone another way. The worlds reached by the portal stones, Egwene said, to show she had listened to Verin's lectures on the journey from Toman Head. What could this possibly have to do with whether or not she was a dreamer? Very good. But the pattern may be even more complex than that, child. The wheel weaves our lives to make the pattern of an age, but the ages themselves are woven into the age lace. The great pattern. Not to know if this is even the 10th part of the weaving, though. Some in the Age of Legends apparently believe that there were still other worlds, even harder to reach than the worlds of the portal stones, if that can be believed, lying like this. She drew more lines, cross-hatching the first set. For a moment, she stared at them. The warp and the woof of the weave. Perhaps the Wheel of Time weaves a still greater pattern from worlds. Straightening, she dusted her hands. Well, that is neither here nor
The
there.
warp
In
and
all
the
of these worlds,
wolf.
whatever their other variations, a few things are constant. One is that the Dark One is imprisoned in all of them. In spite of herself, Egwene stepped closer to peer at the lines Verin had drawn. In all of them? How can that be? Are you saying there is a father of lies for each world? The thought of so many Dark Ones made her shiver. No, child. There is one creator who exists everywhere at once for all of these worlds. In the same way, there is only one Dark One, who also exists in all of these worlds at once. If he is freed from the prison the Creator made in one world, he is freed on all. So long as he is kept prisoner in one, he remains imprisoned on all. That does not seem to make sense, Egwene protested. Paradox, child. The Dark One is the embodiment of paradox and chaos. The destroyer of reason and logic, the breaker of balance, the unmaker of order. The owl suddenly took flight on silent wings, landing atop a large white skull on a shelf behind the Aes Sedai. It peered down at the two women, blinking. Egwene had noticed the skull when she came in, with its curled horns and snout, and vaguely wondered what sort of ram had so big a head. Now she took in the roundness of it, the high forehead. Not a ram's skull, a Trolloc. She drew a shuddering breath. Verensadai, what does this have to do with being a dreamer? The Dark One is bound in Shael Ghul, and I do not want to even think of him escaping. But the seals on his prison are weakening. Even novices know that now. Do with being a dreamer? Why, nothing, child, except that we must all confront the Dark One in one way or another. He is prisoned now, but the pattern did not bring Rand al'Thor into the world for no purpose. The Dragon Reborn will face the Lord of the Grave, that much is sure. If Rand survives that long, of course. The Dark One will try to distort the pattern if he can. Well, we have gone rather far afield, haven't we? Forgive me, Verensadai, but if this, Egwene indicated the lines drawn in the dust, has nothing to do with being a dreamer, why are you telling me about it? Verin stared at her as if she were deliberately being dense. Nothing? Of course it has something to do with it, child. The point is that there is a third constant besides the Creator and the Dark One. There is a world that lies within each of these others, inside all of them at the same time, or perhaps surrounding them. Writers in the Age of Legends called it Teleran Riod, the unseen world. Perhaps the world of dreams is a better translation. Many people, ordinary folk who could not think of channeling, sometimes glimpse Teleran Riod in their dreams, and even catch glimmers of these other worlds through it. Think of some of the peculiar things you have seen in your dreams. But a dreamer, child, a true dreamer, can enter Tel Aranriod.
Mm-hmm.
Egwene tried to swallow, but a
Just
lump in her throat
dropping
stopped her.
crazy knowledge,
Enter?
bruh.
I don't think I am a dreamer, Varen Sedai. Anaya Sedai's tests, Varen cut her off, prove nothing one way or the other. And Anaya still believes that you may very well be one. I suppose I will learn whether I am or not eventually, Egwene mumbled. Light, I want to be, don't I? I want to learn. I want it all. You have no time to wait, child. The Amelin has entrusted a great task to you and Nynaeve. You must reach out for any tool you might be able to use. Varen dug a red wooden box from under the welter on her table. The box was large enough to hold sheets of paper, but when the Aes Sedai opened the lid a crack, all she pulled out was a ring carved from stone, all flecks and stripes of blue and brown and red, and too large to be a finger ring. Here, child. Egwene shifted the papers to take it, and her eyes widened in surprise. The ring certainly looked like stone, but it felt harder than steel and heavier than lead. And the circle of it was twisted. If she ran a finger along one edge, it would go around twice, inside as well as out. It only had one edge. She moved her finger along that edge twice just to convince herself. Corianin Nedial, Varen said, had that Ter Ungreal in her possession for most of her life. You will keep it now. Egwene almost dropped the ring. A Ter Ungreal? I am to keep a Ter Ungreal? Varen seemed not to notice her shock. According to her, it eases the passage to Tel Aranriod. She claimed it would work for those without talent as well as for Aes Sedai, so long as you are touching it when you sleep. There are dangers, of course. Tel Aranriod is not like other dreams. What happens there is real. You are actually there, instead of just glimpsing it.
Bruh. Woo! Straight cooking with every ounce of lore, world building, magic systems, just a full blown gumbo of goodness. Like that was a nerd gumbo right there, y'all. Like that was a nerd gumbo. Cause who'd have thought and expected any of that to be what it is, you know? Because damn, like damn, she really broke down the entire dream world that we've been talking about, trying to figure out where it exists. You know, like the world of dreams. It is an entirely separate uh plane of existence. So it goes to wonder, bro, just so many questions are being raised about Teleranriod and Teleranriod, as well as, you know, the Dreamers. We hear the name Corianin Nadil, and now it's just they kind of just drop the name, and then you know what I mean, they just kind of disappear after that. Like it's just like, oh yeah, here's the name. Now we're talking about the creator. Oh yeah, there's only one dark world and everything. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Like, bruh, slow down. I can't catch up. I can't keep up. I'm scared. I want to go home. Please. Please, someone let me go. You gotta let me go. Ha ha. So I love the way that Varen just kind of dropped all of this knowledge on her, all the knowledge, all of the scared stuff. Like, hey, here's this, and this. You might want to be a little careful because people are gonna probably be looking for any of this stuff, and you'll probably get in trouble if anyone finds any of this stuff. So you're gonna want to not do that. But hey, like I love the way she's just so nonchalant about quite literally everything. Like literally everything that she could be uh a nerd about, she is. Like she's like, oh, here's this book. Here is everyone's name, ages, ajas, and everything else. Da, 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 da. Like, damn, why the hell do you have all this? Damn, old lady. You know what I mean? Like, what's going on, Varen? You got hella knowledge. Like, and do you want me to, like, oh no. Everyone keeps so many damn secrets. It's hard to know who you can trust, you know? Because everybody is just out for their own thing. Everybody is out for their own good. They're all trying to get the outcome that they want and doing everything they can to manipulate, maneuver, and everything in between to make those things occur the way that they need them to, you know? Poor Gwen is just overwhelmed, not knowing what the hell to do. She just dropped like she never even thought she would get a sangreal, and now she has one. I love the way that they compare paradox to chaos. That's something that I don't feel like I've heard a comparison to before. You know, they don't usually talk about paradox and chaos in the way that they're utilizing it here. It's like, bro, this doesn't make sense. It's like, yeah, of course it doesn't make sense. It's the dark one. You know, like I like that type of explanation. It's like, bro, why would it make sense? The dark one is the epitome of chaos, which is a paradox. So he is paradoxical in his creation. He should not even be, but he is. Therefore, he can do things that should not be done. It's like, oh shit, they're getting real. They're getting real, as Marisu said, metaphysical with the things right now. Everything that Corianin Lord, Corianin Nodil's learned in 50 years is a ton of shit to have already. Like what? She has untouched knowledge from years and years and years of research. Quite literally awesome. It's pretty cool that the Aes Sedai are low key like scientists, but not, you know? Like in Dune, like the Bene Gesserit are 100% like scientists, and it's heavily shown that they're scientists. But it's like for the Aes Sedai, I guess there's more of a scientist faction, which also works. Uh, what's happening? That was weird. Okay, now that is chapter 21. That was pretty. That was a solid chapter. So now let's move on into the big daddy here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the biggest chapter that we have of tonight. I don't know how in depth we may go. We'll probably lock in with it. So just to set the scene, this is insane how Egwene gets into this, right? She leaves Varen's house. Uh, not Varen's house, but she leaves from being with Varen, and boom, immediately she is met by Shiriam, to now enact her test, yo. Like, what? Like, bruh. She's like, I got the information on every Black Aja. Like, bro, the timing is insane. She's like, don't tell me you forgot your stuff. And she's like, tonight? I'm half asleep. Dirty? I thought I would have days to get ready. And I guess damn, that's just so cold. They did do her pretty dirty, but it makes sense. I think it makes sense because it's like Swan Shashan, probably wanted them to go through the test as quickly as possible so they could have all of those amenities that come with it, for lack of better words. And Shuriam drops the hour waits on no woman. The wheel weaves as the wheel wills, when the wheel wills. Besides, how would you prepare? You already know everything you need to. Like, damn. And then it was also really cool how they just kind of offhandedly say, Elaine already did hers, so now it's your turn. Like, bruh, we are literally just getting all the information we need at every point. At every point, we get another bit of information. So as they go down to the testing grounds, they get in there and Elida is already popping off immediately. And then that was interesting. It says an Aes Sedai sat cross-legged on the bare rock before each of the spots where arches joined ring, all three wearing their shawls. Alana was the sister of the green Aja, but she did not know the yellow sister or the white. It's like, brother. Oh, man. Again, Elida is popping off. And Shiriam straight reads her the right. Like, yo, you wanted to be here because of Elaine, but you don't need to be here. Hello? It's like, damn. Everybody is so rude and everybody got their own agenda behind every single thing that they do and say and whatnot. It's just kind of insane. So then we see a very similar event occur, like we saw with Nynaeve, right? When Nynaeve did this, it was very similar. Of course, at this point, Egwene actually knows more about everything that's going on than Nynaeve did when she was put through it, which is something that I think that Shuriam actually even says. Um, but as soon as they start, Alana is like, there's something going on. You know, she's like, yo, there's some sort of resonance, an echo almost. I do not know where from. It's like having a bite me buzz round your ear when you're trying to think, but it does not interfere. I would not have mentioned it, only it has never happened before that I have ever heard. And it's like that definitely was the sign that they should have took a couple steps back and let shit pop off. Oh. Okay, let's see. Oh, I forgot to do.
Chapter 22. The Price of the Ring.
A little late, but hey, it be like that sometimes. It's all good. Let's get about right here.
Be steadfast. She took another step into the doorway. The silver. This is what I want. Why can't I? An arch filled with white light. The way back will come but once. Wounds healed.
Did I
We are
go
too far from everywhere for anyone to care. She gain acceptance. Does she know her fears? She has never faced them, but now is willing. Then let her face what she fears.
Here we go.
Even in its formality, there was a note of satisfaction in Elida's voice. The first time, Shiriam said, is for what was. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. Egwene took a deep breath and stepped forward, through the arch and into the glow. Light swallowed her whole. James Daughtry dropped by.
So
There's
this
odd
is
news
for
down
what
from Belmont with the
was,
peddler.
right?
Egwene raised her head from the cradle she was rocking. Rand was standing in the doorway. For an instant, her head spun. She looked from Rand, my husband, to the child in the cradle, my daughter, and back again in wonder. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. It was not her own thought, but a disembodied voice that could have been inside her head or out, male or female, yet emotionless and unknowable. Somehow it did not seem strange to her. The moment of wonder passed, and the only thing to wonder about was why she had thought anything seemed out of round. Of course Rand was her husband, her handsome, loving husband, and Joya was her daughter, the most beautiful, sweetest little girl in the Two Rivers. Tam, Rand's father, was out with the sheep, supposedly so Rand could work on the barn, but really so he could have more time to play with Joya. This afternoon, Egwene's mother and father would come out from the village, and probably Nynaeve, to see if motherhood was interfering with Egwene's studies to replace Nynaeve as wisdom one day. What kind of news? She asked. She took up rocking the cradle again, and Rand came over to grin down at the tiny child wrapped in swaddling clothes. Egwene laughed softly to herself. He was so taken with his daughter that he did not hear what people said to him half the time. Rand? What kind of news? Rand? What? His grin faded. Strange news. War. There's some big war taking up most of the world, so Jaime claims. That was strange news. Word of wars seldom reached the Two Rivers till the wars were long done. He says everybody is fighting some folk called the Shawkin, or the Sanchan, or something like that. I never heard of them. Egwene knew. She thought she knew. Whatever it was gone. Are you all right? He asked. It's nothing to upset us here, my heart. Wars never touch the Two Rivers. We are too far from everywhere for anyone to care. I'm not upset. Did James say anything else? Nothing you can believe. He sounded like a Coplin. He said the peddler told him these people use Aes Sedai in battle. But then he claimed they offer 1,000 gold marks to anyone who turns an Aes Sedai over to them. And they kill anybody who hides one.
So off rip, we can really make the assumption here that this is really what was or what could have happened if they never went with Moiraine. Basically, that's kind of what I'm picking up here. If they never go on this journey, never go on this adventure, these are the things that could have happened. So again, that once was not necessarily what is, but what once was. And damn, this was a sad one. I'm not gonna lie. You know what I mean? This was sad. This one was super sad. This one was super sad. Yeah.
It makes no sense. What did her as wisdom one day? Nynaeve's cures often worked in near miraculous fashion. Wounds healed with barely a scar, sick folk brought back from the edge of the grave. But 3 times now, Egwene had cured someone Nynaeve had given up for dead. 3 times she had sat to hold a hand through the last hour and seen the person get up from a deathbed. Nynaeve had questioned her closely on what she had done, what herbs she had used, in what blending. Thus far, she had not found the courage to admit that she had done nothing. I must have done something. Once might be chance, but 3 times? I have to figure it out. I have to learn. That set off a buzz in her head, as though the words were echoing inside her skull. If I could do something for them, I can help my husband. Let me try, Rand, she said. And as she stood through the open door, she saw a silver arch standing in front of the house, an arch filled with white light. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. She took 2 steps toward the door before she could stop herself. She halted, looked back at Joya gurgling in her cradle, at Rand still pressing hand to his head and looking at her as if wondering where she was going. "No," she said. "No! This is what I want! This is what I want! Why can't I have this too?" She did not understand her own words. Of course this was what she wanted, and she had it. "What is it you want, Egwene?" Rand asked. "If it's anything I can get, you know I will. If I can't get it, I'll make it. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast." She took another step, into the doorway. The silver arch beckoned her. Something waited on the other side. Something she wanted more than anything else in the world. Something she had to do. "Egwene, I—" There was a thump behind her. She looked over her shoulder to see Rand on his knees, bowed and head cradled in his hands. The pain had never hit him so hard. What will come after this? "Oh, light," he panted. "Light hurts. Light, it hurts worse than ever. Egwene!" "Be steadfast." It was waiting. Something she had to do. Had to. She took a step. It was hard. Harder than anything she had ever done in her life. Outside, toward the arch. Behind her, Joya was laughing. "Egwene! Egwene, I can't!" He cut off with a loud groan. "Steadfast." She stiffened her back and kept walking, but she could not keep the tears from rolling down her cheeks.
Oh,
Rand's groans
bruh.
built to a scream, drowning Joya's laughter. From the corner of her eye, Egwene saw Tam coming, running as hard as he could. "He can't help,"
Bro.
she thought, and tears became racking sobs. "There is nothing he can do. But I could. I could." She stepped into the light and was consumed.
Oh my God, bro, what's happening? What type of what's going on here? Please, someone hold me. I need to cry. You know what I mean? Like that is crazy, bro. I could not imagine getting put through something wild like that. Honestly. Because that no, thank you. No, thank you. That is insane. She hears her husband screaming, and his screams drown out the laughter of the baby. And then she looks to her left and sees her father-in-law sprinting towards his son, who is on the ground, dying. Get me the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? Like, bruh, why are we doing this? Huh? What are we doing this for? Who is this for?
Trembling and sobbing, Egwene stepped out of the arch, the same by which she had entered, memory cascading back with Shiriam's face confronting her. Cold, clear water washed away her tears as Elida slowly emptied a silver chalice over her head. Her weeping went on. She did not think it would ever end. "You are washed clean," Elida pronounced, "of what sin you may have done and of those done against you. You are washed clean of what crime you may have committed and of those committed against you. You come to us washed clean and pure in heart and soul." Light, Egwene thought as the water ran down her body. "Let it be so. Can water wash away what I did? Her name was Joya," she told Shiriam between sobs. "Joya! Nothing can be worth what I... "There is a price to become Aes Sedai," Shiriam replied, but the sympathy was back in her eyes, stronger than before. "There is always a price." "Was it real? Did I dream it?" Weeping swallowed what she wanted to say. "Did I leave him to die? Did I leave my baby?" Shiriam put an arm around her shoulders, began guiding her around the circle of arches. "Every woman I have ever watched come out of there has asked that question. The answer is, no one knows. It has been speculated that perhaps some of those who do not come back chose to stay because they found a happier place and lived out their lives there." Her voice
Crazy.
hardened. "If it is real, and they stayed from choice, then I hope the lives they live are far from happy. I have no sympathy for any who run from their responsibilities." The edge on her tone softened slightly. "Myself, I believe it is not real. But the danger is. Remember that. She stopped in front of the next glow-filled arch. Are you ready? Shifting her feet, Egwene nodded, and Shiriam took her arm away. The second time is for what is. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. Egwene trembled. Whatever happens, it cannot be worse than the last.
Why
cannot
would
be.
you say that?
She stepped into the glow.
You never say it can't be worse than what just happened. Like, you just don't. You don't say stuff like that, you know? Like, you don't say that. You don't. It's just not a good idea to say those things. Bruh, that shit was crazy. She said, did I really leave my baby? Like, did I leave my husband to die? And she says, every person I've met has asked that question. I also thought it was pretty interesting. Wait, let me make sure I'm getting this right. Yeah, it's pretty insane that even though even though there's different things happening within every portal and on all these different patterns and whatnot, Rand is always the Dragon Reborn in a lot of these worlds, which is pretty interesting. Just like how the Dark One is always in the world trapped. I don't know. It's just I'm digging it. I'm digging it. Giving me a real supernatural Sam and Dean type of vibe. You know what I mean?
She stared down at her dress. Blue silk sewn with pearls, all dusty and torn. Her head came up, and she took in the ruins of a great palace around her. The royal palace of Andor in Camelin. She knew that, and wanted to scream. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. The world was not the way she wanted it, no way that she could think of without wanting to cry. But all her tears had been cried away long ago, and the world was as it was. Ruin was what she expected to see. Careless of making more rips in her dress, but as careful of sound as a mouse, she climbed one of the piles of rubble and peered into the curving streets of the inner city. As far as she could see in every direction lay ruin and desolation. Buildings that looked as if they had been torn apart by madmen, thick plumes of smoke rising from the fires still burning. There were people in the streets, bands of armed men prowling, searching, and Trollocs. The men shied away from the Trollocs, and the Trollocs snarled at them and laughed, harsh, guttural laughter. But they knew each other, worked together. A Murdral came striding down the street, its black cloak swaying gently with its steps, even when the wind gusted to drive dust and rubbish past it. Men and Trollocs alike cowered under its eyeless stare. Hunt! Its voice sounded like something long dead, crumbling. Do not stand there shivering. Find him. Egwene slipped back down the pile of jumbled stones as silently as she could. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. She stopped, afraid the whisper had come from Shadowspawn. In some way, though, she was sure it had not. Glancing back over her shoulder, half fearful of seeing the Murdral standing where she had just been, she hurried onward and into the ruined palace, climbing over fallen timbers, squeezing between heavy blocks of collapsed masonry as she made her way. Once, she stepped on a woman's arm, sticking out from under a mound of plaster and bricks that had been an interior wall, and perhaps part of the floor above. She noticed the arm as little as she noticed the great serpent ring on one finger. She had trained herself not to see the dead buried in the refuse heap Trollocs and Darkfriends had made of Camelin. She could do nothing for the dead. Forcing her way through a narrow gap where part of the ceiling had fallen, she found herself in a room half buried under what had stood above it. Rand lay with a heavy beam pinning him across the waist, his legs hidden beneath the stone blocks that filled half the room. Dust and sweat coated his face. He opened his eyes when she came near him. You came back. He forced the words out in a hoarse rasp. I was afraid. No matter. You have to help me. She sank wearily to the floor. I could lift that beam easily with air. But as soon as it moves, everything else will come down on top of you, on top of both of us. I cannot manage all of it, Rand. His laugh was bitter and painful, and cut off almost as soon as it began. Fresh sweat glistened on his face, and he spoke with an effort. I could shift the beam myself. You know that. I could shift that and the stones above, all of them. But I have to let go of myself to do it, and I can't trust that. I cannot trust. He stopped, wheezing for breath. I do not understand, she said slowly. Let go of yourself. What can't you trust? The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. She rubbed her hands roughly over her ears. The madness, Egwene. I am actually holding it at bay. His gasping laugh made her skin prickle. But it takes everything I have just to do that. If I let go, even a little, even for an instant, the madness will have me. I won't care what I do then. You have to help me. How, Rand? I've tried everything I know. Tell me how, and I will do it. His hand flopped out, fell just short of a dagger lying in the dust, bare-bladed. The dagger, he whispered. His hand made a painful journey back to his chest. Here, in the heart. Kill me. She stared at him, at the dagger, as if they were both poisonous serpents. No, Rand, I will not. I cannot. How could you ask such a thing?
Bruh, what in the hell is going on? Bro, what's happening? Like, every universe is so just full of distraught and just turmoil, bro. Like, this is terrifying. She is going through the most heartbreaking thing ever.
Why? They can turn me, Egwene. His breathing was so tortured, she wished she could weep. If they take me, the Mudral, the Dreadlords, they can turn me to the shadow. If madness has me, I cannot fight them. I won't know what they are doing till it is too late. If there is even a spark of life left when they find me, they can still do it. Please, Egwene, for the love of the light, kill me. I
Bruh.
can't, Rand.
What?
Light, help me. I cannot. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. She looked over her shoulder, and a silver arch filled with white light took up most of the open space among the rubble. Egwene, help me. Be steadfast. She stood and took a step toward the arch. It was right there in front of her. One more step, and please, Egwene, help me. I can't reach it. For the love of the light, Egwene, help me. I cannot kill you, she whispered. I can't. Forgive me. She stepped forward. Help me, Egwene! Light burned her to ash.
All around me are familiar faces, worn out faces, worn out faces. Bruh, like, what the hell? Like, that shit got me ready to spiral out of control. Why they got Egwene going through all of this? Like, she ain't already got enough going through. She already going through enough, bruh. Leave her alone. Leave Eggy alone, bruh. She don't deserve any of this. She don't deserve this level of hate. This level of just. Egad.
Staggering, she stepped out of the arch, neither noticing her nakedness nor caring. A shudder ran through her, and she covered her mouth with both hands. I couldn't run, she whispered. I couldn't. Please forgive me. Light, help him. Please, Light. Help Rand. Cold water poured over her head. You are washed clean of false pride, Elida intoned. You are washed clean of false ambition. You come to us washed clean in heart and soul. As the Red Sister turned away, Shiriam gently took Egwene's shoulders and guided her toward the last arch. One more, child. One more, and it is done. He said they could turn him to the shadow, Egwene mumbled. He said the Murdral and the Dreadlords could force him. Shiriam missed a step and looked
Bruh,
around quickly.
crazy world
Elida was
building is
almost back to the
happening
table.
right
The
now.
Aes Sedai surrounding the Angreal stared at it, seeming lost to anything else. An unpleasant thing to talk of, child, Shiriam said finally, and softly. Come, one more. Can they? Egwene insisted. Custom, Shiriam said, is not to speak of what happens within the Angreal. A woman's fears are her own. Can they? Shiriam sighed, glanced at the other Aes Sedai again, then dropped her voice to a whisper and spoke swiftly. This is something known only to a few, child, even in the tower. You should not learn it now, if ever, but I will tell you. There is a weakness in being able to channel. That we learn to open ourselves to the true source means that we can be opened to other things. Egwene shuddered. Calm yourself, child. It is not so easily done. It is a thing not done, so far as I know. Light send it has not been done, since the Trolloc Wars. It took 13 Dreadlords, dark friends who could channel, weaving the flows through 13 Murdral. You see? Not easily done. There
What
are no
the
Dreadlords
hell?
today. This is a secret of the tower, child. If others knew, we could never convince them they were safe. Only one who can channel can be turned in this way. The weakness of our strength. Everyone else is as safe as a fortress. Only their own deeds and will can turn them to the shadow. 13, Egwene said in a tiny voice. The same number who left the tower. Leandrin and 12 more. Shiriam's face hardened. That is nothing for you to dwell on. You will forget it. Her voice climbed to a normal volume. The third time is for what will be. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. Egwene stared at the glowing arch.
Crazy, bruh. Crazy. Like, what? Excuse me? Excuse me? And then she proceeds to have one of the craziest, like, sequences yet after that. Like, literally the craziest sequence yet. Hey, welcome to the Super Fam. I appreciate you, Easy. Thank you for subscribing. You feel me? I hope you have a good day. Okay, I appreciate you for the follow over there on Twitch, Easy. Shout outs to you, bro. How you doing, man? But yeah, yo, crazy. Like, I really was not prepared for like that quick, just straight up world building segment. Like on this episode of world building with the Wheel of Time, you know what I mean? Like, damn. What do you mean anybody that can channel is open to being turned into like a dark one? Like, bro, what? How is that not something that we're learning in training? You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't think we knew what dreadlords were until now. Like, I don't know if we knew that dreadlords were dark friends that could channel. I don't know if we knew that. I don't know if we knew that. Happy Lunar New Year to you too, bro. I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if that's something that we were aware of actively. But it's definitely dope that they dropped it in here to let us know that it's like, hey, Leandrin and 12 others all got together and they're doing stuff. And it's like, oh, we just need 13 dark friends. And then boom, what is her little dream sequence now? Just that very thing.
Sad about ending that wait. Endlessly reluctant. They will be growing impatient, Mother. There was a hesitation in Beldine's voice, as if she felt the same reluctance as Egwene, but for a different reason. Unless Egwene missed her guess, behind that outer calm, Beldine was terrified. In that case, we had best be about it. Beldine nodded, then took a deep breath before crossing the carpet to where her staff of office, topped with the snowdrop white flame of Tar Valon, stood propped beside the door. I suppose we must, Mother. She took up the staff and opened the door for Egwene, then hurried ahead so that they made a procession of two, keeper
More
of the Chronicles
staffs.
leading the Amelin seat. Egwene noticed little of the corridors they took. All her attention was directed inward. What is the matter with me? Why can't I remember? Why is so much of what I almost remember wrong? She touched the 7-striped stole on her shoulders. Why am I half sure I'm still a novice? The way back will come but one. This time, it ended abruptly. 13 of the Black Aja. She stumbled at that. It was a frightening thought, but it chilled her to the marrow beyond.
Here we
fear.
go.
It felt personal. She wanted to scream, to run and hide. She felt as if they were after her. Nonsense, the Black Aja has been destroyed. That seemed an odd thought, too. Part of her remembered something called the Great Purge. Part of her was sure no such thing had happened. Eyes fixed ahead, Beldine had not noticed her stumble. Egwene had to lengthen her stride to catch up. This woman is scared to her toenails. What in the light is she taking me to? Beldine stopped before tall, paired doors, their dark wood each inlaid with the large silver flame of Tarvalon. She wiped her hands on her dress, as if they were suddenly sweaty, before opening one door and leading Egwene up a straight ramp of the same silver-streaked white stone that made Tarvalon's walls. Even here it seemed to shine. The ramp led into a large circular room under a domed ceiling at least 30 paces high. A raised platform ran around the outer edge of the room, fronted by steps, except where this ramp and two others came out, spaced equally around the circle. "Tarvalon! The Amerlin seat! She comes!" With a rustle of skirts, shawled women on the platform got up from their chairs. 21 chairs in groupings of 3, each triad painted and cushioned in the same colour as the fringe on the shawls of the women who stood before them. The hall of the tower, Egwene thought as she crossed the floor to her chair. The Amerlin seat's chair. That's all it is. The hall of the tower, and the sitters for the Ajas. I've been here thousands of times. But she could not remember one of them. What am I doing in the hall of the tower? Light, they'll skin me alive when they see. She was not sure what it was they would see, only that she prayed they did not. The way back will come, but the way back will. The way. The Black Aja waits.
It's
That
like
note was whole.
it's
It came from
glitching.
everywhere.
The way back.
Why did no one else seem to hear it? Settling in the chair of the Amelin seat, the chair that was also the Amelin seat, she realized she had no idea what to do next. The other Aes Sedai had seated themselves when she did, all but Beldine, who stood beside her with the staff, swallowing nervously. They all seemed to be waiting on her. "Begin," she said finally. It seemed to be enough. One of the red sitters stood. Egwene was shocked to recognize Elida. At the same time, she knew that Elida was foremost of the sitters for the red, and her own bitterest enemy. The look on Elida's face as she stared across the chamber made Egwene shiver inside. It was stern and cold, and triumphant. It promised things best not thought of.
Crazy how they were having this plan ready, locked, and loaded, ready to go, right? Like, nah, all we gotta do is go in there, get her out of there, boom. Immediately we'll be able to turn her evil.
She said shakily. "No, I cannot. I will not. She betrays herself." Elida's shout drowned out Egwene's attempt to speak. "She condemns herself out of her own mouth. Take her!" As Egwene opened her mouth, Beldine moved beside her. Then the keeper's staff struck her head. Blackness. First, there was pain in her head. There was something hard under her back, and cold. Next came the voices. Murmurs. "Is she still unconscious?" It was a rasp. A file on bone. "Do not worry," a woman said from far, far away. She sounded uneasy, afraid, and trying not to show either. "She will be dealt with before she knows what is happening to her. Then she is ours to do with as we will. Perhaps we will give her to you for sport." "After you make your own use of her?" "Of course." The distant voices moved further away. Her hand brushed against her leg, touched bare, pebbly flesh. She opened her eyes a crack. She was naked, bruised, lying on a rough wooden table in what seemed to be a disused storeroom. Splinters stuck her back. There was a metallic taste of blood in her mouth. A cluster of Aes Sedai stood to one side of the room, talking among themselves, voices low yet urgent. The pain in her head made thinking difficult, but it seemed important to count them. 13. Another group, black-cloaked and hooded men, joined the Aes Sedai, who seemed caught between cowering and trying to dominate with their presence. One of the men turned his head to look toward the table. The dead white face within the hood had no eyes. Egwene had no need to count the Murdral. She knew. 13 Murdral and 13 Aes Sedai. Without another thought, she screamed in pure terror. Yet even in the midst of fear that tried to split her bones, she reached out for the true source, clawed desperately for Saidar. She's awake! She cannot be, not yet. Shield her, quickly, quickly, cut her off from the source! It's too late, she's too strong. Seize her! Hurry! Hands reached for her arms and legs, pasty pale hands like slugs under rocks, ordered by minds behind pale, eyeless faces. If those hands touched her flesh, she knew she would go mad. The power filled her. Flames burst from Murdral's skin, ripping through black cloth as if they were solid daggers of fire. Shrieking half-men crisped and burned like oiled paper. Fist-sized chunks of stone tore themselves free of the walls and whizzed across the room, producing shrieks and grunts as they thudded into flesh. The air stirred, shifted, howled into a whirlwind. Slowly, painfully, Egwene pushed herself off the table. The wind whipped her hair and made her stagger, but she continued to drive it as she stumbled toward the door. An Aes Sedai loomed in front of her, a woman bruised and bleeding, surrounded by the glow of the power, a woman with death in her dark eyes. Egwene's mind put a name to the face. Gildan, Elida's closest confidant, always whispering together in corners, closeting themselves in the night. Egwene's mouth tightened. Disdaining stones and wind, she balled up her fist and punched Gildan between the eyes as hard as she could. The red sister, the black sister, crumpled as if her bones had melted.
Bruh, she straight gave her a hot one to the face, bro. This shit is crazy. I really could not believe it. Not only is Egwene here as Amyrlin's seat, but she is also being straight in a coup as soon as she is there, seeing the 13 literally try to turn her into a dark friend right then and there in the White Tower. Obviously giving us a completely different glimpse of the White Tower, how different it looks now, well, not different it looks, but how empty it is and all these other things. It's like, damn, bro. A lot can happen in these years. And it looks like they said, this is what will be. So I don't know if that means 100% this is what's going to happen next, or if that this is just the worst possible outcome that could occur, you know? Like, I don't know what it is, like, what is there to really believe, you know, because there's so many things going on. Like, literally, so many things popping. This is where we find out about the Trader's Court, and that's where they Gentile. They do the gentling of men. They do executions and still Aes Sedai, just the whole nine. And we also find out here that Nynaeve has not taken the oath using the oath rod. Like the 3 oaths that you use on the oath rod, which is a Ter Angriel that seals your word and keeps it as if it is engraved on your bones. Like, I don't know how she got out of doing that. Did they make a fake Ter Angriel to stay, you know, like, how did she do this? But I mean, she even said in modern day that she is never going to let them take away her ability to channel in any way, shape, or form, and she will channel the way she needs to. And if a mother lover die, a mother lover die. You know what I'm saying? And I'm all the way with that. We also hear about the remnants of the Guara Amalasan's armies that had attempted to just be menaces, you know. They said at the end of what some called the War of the Second Dragon, just before Arthur Hawkwing's rise had given Tar Valon other things to worry about, and so had Rowland Darkspane's followers long years earlier. So this is something that's interesting because I was not aware that in the year, like the Arthur Hawkwing stuff, I didn't know that that was a time where the Ajas, like the Aes, I didn't know that the Aes Sedai and Ajas were already mostly women led. I don't know if that's what it's actually implying here, but it kind of seems like they're saying like, oh yeah, yeah, bro. I don't know if I understand the story of Arthur Hawkwing fully. That's what this moment made me realize. Is like I'm like, hold on, what? So I definitely need to figure out what his story is within the narrative because I don't. I thought I knew, but this made me confused. Can't lie to you. And then she like also leaks a new ability called Balefire, which we know nothing about. But we also hear it mentioned after this too, which is pretty interesting. The way everything weaves back and forth together. Let's see.
The black Asha waits. With a scream of rage, of loss, Egwene threw herself
Oh
back.
wait,
You're
this
all
is
like
it again.
sturgeons. Going wild, mother. We can't. The voices faded to a drone, the drone to silence. But the unknowable spoke again. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. There is a price to be Aes Sedai. The black Asha waits. With a scream of rage, of loss, Egwene threw herself at the arch as it shimmered like a heat haze. She almost wished she would miss and plunge to her death. Light plucked her apart, fibre by fibre, sliced the fibres to hairs, split the hairs to wisps of nothing. All drifted apart on the light, forever.
Woo! God damn! What? Like wow! Wow. What a way to end that portion of the reading, y'all. Like, holy moly, that shit is just beautiful. It is beautiful. I can't lie to you. I love it. I love that chapter. That chapter is really good. It's a really good chapter. I like seeing all of the things going down, all the just, yeah, I love that. I love seeing it all, man. That was a good one for me. I can't lie to you. All right, Chad. Let me know how you guys felt about those chapters and everything. All Aes Sedai were definitely women in Hawkwing's time. Hawkwing was 1,000 years ago. The Breaking was 3,000 years. Oh, okay, okay. Was Hawkwing a dragon? I don't know why I got so. I don't know why I'm so confused all of a sudden. I feel like I thought I knew these answers, but now I don't. Now I'm second guessing life. Um, Reminds me of that scene in Guardians. Whoa. Reminds me of that scene in Game of Thrones where the Hound tells someone he's about to eat every friggin' chicken in the whole friggin' inn. Yeah, for real, for real. Matt versus Sonder Clegane in a chicken eating contest would be even funnier fiction than the Rand versus Jamie Lannister one George R. Martin wrote. What? George R. Martin out here writing fan fiction? What? We have met Celine, but this is the first time Matt has spoken to her. Okay, 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 okay. Yo, LBF, what's up with it? Oh, sounds like I'll have to watch back. Hey man, yeah, that's all good. Much love to you, G. This is the most dark friend answer I can think of. Choose who you will trust. Option 1, Celine. Option 2, Celine. Option 3, Lanfear. Don't say I didn't give you any choices. Either way, we're screwed. Natasha has a great way of smiling that hides what? Yes, remember your choices noted above. I'm not hungry at all, he said as he scarfed down a chicken. This is not the chapter I thought it was when I first joined. Got to duck out for a bit, but may catch the end. Definitely going to watch back later. Hey, appreciate you, LBF. Thanks for tuning in. Do you predict Matt will stay in Tarvalon for 6 months or a year? Yeah, that seems reasonable. I think he's gonna be there as long as uh he can be there with all the shit that's going down in Tarvalon right now. Like if the Dark Friends make a bust a huge move or something like that, I could see him not being there anymore. But outside of that, he's probably going to be there. You know what I mean? Swan probably wait. Swan precisely pegs exactly who Matt is with her here with this speech. Her uncle Juan sounds like a good dude. Oh, okay, okay. I feel that. I feel that though. Dream metaphysics. Dun da 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 da. Dream metaphysics. Yeah. Da 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 da. People in Wheel of Time sharing information. Wild. Bro, it must get to a point where they really don't talk a lot. Because y'all be killing me with that one. Here, let me spray you with this fire hose of knowledge. Open wide. Yeah, Varen is wide. Wild. Do you trust Varen? I mean, honestly, I don't trust anybody. I don't trust not a one of them. Anyone with a pet owl is a neato. The testing machine is acting like is that oh yeah, that's crazy how it was like literally fritzing out. Like what? Is this shit really technology? Is it like what's going on here? The accepted tests are rough. Yeah, clearly, man. Add that to Egwene's trauma bucket. Poor Egwene, yo. Egwene be going through it. She literally be going through it. She kind of has it the worst so far. Very dainty, very demure. Wave. What's up with it, Gideon? Or Gideonian? Gideonian? Gideonian, huh? All right, but Egwene has a whole lot of Rand in her what ifs. Very true. Big shout out to Easy Company. Uh, Dream Lords were in, you guessed it, the glossary. Hawking was a Taveran. Okay. I understand it. I understand. I'm completely on board. That's where my brain was messing up because he's a Taveran. Yes, and that's why they were like it was said that he was so strong of a Taveran that people could literally feel the pattern changing around him. Okay, I got you. Because every dragon is Taveran, but not every Taveran is dragon. Got you. I got you. Frogs and toads, baby. All right. All right, yo. All right. That brings us to the final portion of the night chat. Holy moly. We're in the last stretch here. We're in the last stretch. I think we actually did pretty solid on time with the 58-minute chapter and whatnot. Um, and covering all these chapters. I think we did pretty solid on time. I think we're just gonna have to continue to refine this time frame. But we're about to get into the last portion right now. I'm pumped to get into it as well. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I loved every chapter, but bruh, such a good, just a all around W book. I am not even gonna pretend like it isn't. But before we get into this last portion, we're just gonna take a real quick, brief intermission, not too long. We'll be right back after just a little quick second. I gotta just run to the restroom, refill on some aqua, and then we'll be able to finish up with chapters 23 through 25. Be right back. Then we are back like we never left, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me. Woo! And we're back with our boy Matt. As we begin.
Chapter 23. Sealed.
Oh, nope, that's not right. Wait, is it right? No, that is right. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, so let's get it cracking with
Chapter 23. Sealed. Light pulled her apart, fibre by fibre, sliced the fibres to hairs that drifted apart, burning, drifting and burning forever, forever. Egwene stepped out of the silver arch, cold and stiff with anger. She wanted the iciness of anger to counter the searing of memory. Her body remembered burning, but other memories scored and scorched more deeply. Anger, cold as death. "Is that all there is for me?" she demanded. "To abandon him, again and again? To betray him, fail him, again and again? Is
That's
that what
so
there is
sad.
for me?" Suddenly, she realized that all was not as it should be. The Amelin was there now, as Egwene had been taught she would be, and a shawled sister from each Aja, but they all stared at her worriedly. 2 Aes Sedai now sat at each place around the Ter Angreal, sweat running down their faces. The Ter Angreal hummed, almost vibrated, and violent streaks of colour tore the white light inside the arches. The glow of Saidar briefly enveloped Shiriam as she put a hand on Egwene's head, sending a new chill through her. "She is well." The Mistress of Novices sounded relieved. "She is unharmed," as if she had not expected it. Tension seemed to go out of the other Aes Sedai facing Egwene. Elida let out a long breath, then hurried away for the last chalice. Only the Aes Sedai around the Ter Angreal did not relax. The hum had lessened, and the light began the flickering that signalled the Ter Angreal was settling towards quiescence. But those Aes Sedai looked as if they were fighting it every inch of the way. What happened?" Egwene asked.
I love the way that we don't really know what happened. You know what I mean? Like, we don't really know what happened at all. We have no clue what's happened, actually, when you really look at this. We don't know what's happened. Because it could be, we could chalk it up to, the seal messed up because of the other thing that you had here. But it could also not be that. Because right here we see the Amerlin slipped the great serpent. Oh my goodness. The Amerlin slipped the great serpent ring onto the third finger. When she became Aes Sedai, she would wear she would wear the ring on the finger she chose, or not at all if it was necessary to hide who she was. But the accepted wore it there. "Welcome, daughter," she said, kissing her cheek. Egwene was surprised to feel a thrill. Not child, but daughter. Always before she had been child. The Amerlin kissed her other cheek. "Welcome." Just a good way to, uh, throw everything together. Like, wrap it back. Like, you are now accepted. And you are now accepted by everyone except Elida. They dried her off, gave her the white dress that had the 7 rings banded at the bottom. She is now one of the accepted. We've literally seen Egwene start off just wanting to be accepted, and now we see her actually becoming one. You know what I mean? And that is just so dope. And Elida said, Elida, Elida straight up killed her for no reason. It was really uncalled for. She says, I did not want you to be brought I did not want you to be brought forward tonight, not because I feared what happened. No one could have foreseen that, but because of what you are, a wilder. I know you learned to channel under Aes Sedai teaching, but you're still a wilder in spirit, a wilder in ways. You have vast potential, else you would never have survived in there tonight. But potential changes nothing. I do not believe you will ever be part of the White Tower, not in the way the rest of us are. No matter on which finger you wear your ring, it would have been better for you if you had settled for learning enough to stay alive and gone back to your sleepy village. Far better. And then she turns and walks away from her. That shit is crazy. That shit is absolutely diabolical. I, I couldn't believe she did her like that right after she comes out of this death experience. Like legit, right after she comes out of this death experience, there they are. Here she is talking all this absolute shit to her in her face. Like, bruh, give her a second. Give her a second. What are you doing here? Uh, and then Egwene noticed and she's like, yo, you're becoming suspicious of everybody. A whole bunch of stuff is going on here. And she's like, yo, basically, you almost died. So Egwene was almost murdered. See, no, I'm not gonna lie. Hey, welcome to the Super Fam. Varin, I appreciate you. My bad, I couldn't see your name right there. Welcome to Super Fam Varin. I appreciate you. Hope you're having a good day. But you see, now what if Varen gave her that Angrial, whatever type of Angrial it was? What if she gave her the Angrial, the Angrial, Tangrial, Sangrial, because she knew she was going to be getting thrown into the portal thing, right? Because like, is that just convenience that she gets called to do that as soon as she leaves? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so. And then as she asks her what happened tonight, she says, "Who knows what happens to?" Oh, she was just like, "Yo, you basically almost died. Who knows what happens to those who do not come out of a terangrial?" Alana said as she joined them. The Green Sister was known for her temper and sense of humor. Child, I should have stopped this when I had the chance. When I first noticed the reverberation, it came back. That is what happened. It came back thousandfold, 10,000. The terangrial almost seemed to be trying to shut off the flow from Sidar or melt itself through the floor. Like, damn, bro. Whoa. And then she's like, yo, I'll ask mother to punish me with your same punishment, which is a super thing for her to say, right? Like, that's super weird for her to be like, yo, I almost got you killed, so, I'll take your punishment with you. Like, no one understood what she was talking about. Everybody was like, yo, this is unthinkable. This is wild. Um, the only time that something like that has ever been seen was years ago when they tried to use a Terangrial in the same room with another that may have been in some way related to it. It's extremely rare to find two such as that. The pair of them melted, and every sister within 100 paces had such a headache for a week that she couldn't channel a spark. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. And then since in her dream, in the dream world or whatever the hell was going on there, Egwene saw herself as a green Aja. She asked, "What does it mean to be a green Aja?" And then Alana gets mad freaky with it, and she's like, "You must love men. I don't just mean be in love, but love them. Not like a blue who merely like men, so long as they share their causes. You gotta love." And then she's like, "Girl, that is not what I'm talking about." And then Alana tells her, "Browns seek knowledge, blues meddle in causes, and whites consider the questions of truth with implacable logic. In the Trolloc Wars, we were often called the Battle Aja. All Aes Sedai helped where and when they could, but the Green Aja alone was always with the armies. In almost every battle, we were the counter to the Dreadlords," which is insane. Like, what? So it was Dreadlords v Green Aja just going down on the field, calling them the Battle Aja. Like, bro, let's go. Like, literally LFG. For real. Like, let's go. Like, bro, what? Hmm. She was not sure Alana would understand any of the stuff that she was talking about. Let's see. But yeah, it was super weird that Alana was trying to rid herself of guilt and all of that stuff. The Amerlin was like, "Don't be ridiculous, daughter. You trying to be a freaking laughing stock? This is stupid as hell. If you trying to go get switched, then you could pull up and get it," which is kind of wild. But again, we see how uncertain Egwene is from everyone. But Egwene finally gets let go. She has all her stuff. She even checked the little Angreal that she has to see if it's warm, but it wasn't warm, so that raises more questions. But then she pulls up to Nynaeve, and Elaine is big bawling in her skirt, literally just crying and crying and crying and crying. Like, you know what I mean? Like weeping about all the stuff that she saw in her own testing, causing Egwene to realize that she hadn't even got to like really understand or even let the trauma kind of compute that she just went through, because immediately she was forced into another traumatic situation. But then she kind of takes that second to let the floodgates open, and Nynaeve like takes time and really like supports and soothes them both, telling them like, it'll be all right. It takes time and it eases a little. One day, and she says, one day we will make them pay our price. Hush, hush. I don't know what the hell that was about, but hey, it was going down. It was definitely going down in that full chapter. And that shit was awesome. Like, that shit was straight up awesome. And that is where we end chapter 23, in the midst of yet more trauma for Egwene, Elaine, and Nynaeve. The Hunters 3 just keep getting traumatic experiences happen to them. I mean, to be fair, I guess everyone is going through traumatic experiences back to back. But damn, it's like, come on, son. Like, this is insane. This is actually crazy. You really can't help but feel bad for everyone. Okay. Cue the Charlie's Angels theme music. All right. Now let's move on. Let's get into
Chapter 24 Scouting and Discoveries.
this is another great chapter. This is where we actually get to be with our boy Matt. I think this is a lot of your guys' favorite chapter. Definitely one of my favorites too, as we get to see some really, really good things going on here. We start off with just Matt waking up, eating everything in sight, and then kind of getting dressed and trying to go about his day, chilling. He crunches, munches, and going on about his business. He was wandering downstairs, along corridors, across open courts before he found what he wanted. A doorway to the outside and people around it. There were some guardsmen, just a whole bunch. There was some guardsmen, some other people around, just a bunch of stuff going on. Matt goes up to one of the guards and he asks him about like all the places around and how is it going. Rose tells him like, oh yeah, there's no mud this way. It's good east. There's the White Cloaks east. White Cloaks West, all these stuff. And then he's like, but you will not be crossing, lad. Not east, not west. You don't have to worry about it. Your name is Matrim Cawthon. And last night a sister herself in person did come to the bridge where I stood guard and made us remember exactly who you were, because you're not to be harmed and you're not allowed to leave the city. Like, bro, they did Matt dirty. Right off rip, they did Matt so dirty. I was not prepared. I was like, oh, they really did know that bro was about to be out of there. He's like, I stole nothing. I'm just a regular old dude. He's like, I was sick. I got healed, all this stuff. He's like, damn, I was just trying to get a couple answers to my questions. Now everybody and their mama is going to remember me. Oh, bruh. Excuse me. Oh, he also sees Else, one of the people that he saw when him and Matt were traveling and being Gleeman. But she has nothing to do with him, wants nothing to do with him, kind of just looks at him and runs away as fast as she can. Yo, what's up with it, Gregory? This is a wonderful series indeed. We are on book 3 of The Wheel of Time, getting ready for season 3 of The Wheel of Time as well. The golden-haired man met every... Oh, no. Nope, I went too far. I think I went too far. Oh, no, I didn't go too far yet. Okay, then as he continues to walk around, he sees warders and students fighting. Accepted stood watching one pair of students, and it was obviously Galad and Gawain. The Brett said that he said that dude was almost as pretty as a girl, and everyone was staring at the tall fellow, even the Aes Sedai. So then we see the warder basically tell the guys they can cut out practice and whatnot, and then they walk up to Matt and they're like, yo, aren't you Matt? I know exactly who you are. Mm-hmm. Everyone knows who Matt is as soon as they see him. They go up to him, start asking him all the regular questions about Rand, about Egwene, how they know, how he knows, how he's doing, all these things. And then he's like, hey, yo, check me out. I'll actually put the pause on y'all for some money. And they're like, bro, what? Nah, you're tripping. And then he's like, man, I need the money, so let's get it. And they're like, they literally laughing at him. And then he's like, bro, come on, let's get this cracking because I need some money. And they're like, bro, we don't care how much money you need. We are not about to fight you. You're damn near dying here, pal. Like, you were just dying. We're not about to squabble up right now. And he's like, so
Take
be it.
yours, Matt said. Done, Hamar roared. If they have not the nerve to cover your wager, lad, I'll pay the score myself. Very well, Gawain said. If you insist on it, done. Galad hesitated a moment more before growling, done then. Let us put an end to this farce. The moment's warning was all Matt needed. As Galad rushed at him, he slid his hands along the quarterstaff and pivoted. The end of the staff thudded into the tall man's ribs, bringing a grunt and a stumble. Matt let the staff bounce off Galad and spun, carrying it on around just as Gawain came within range. The staff dipped, darted under Gawain's practice sword, and clipped his ankle out from under him. As Gawain fell, Matt completed the spin in time to catch Galad across his upraised wrist, sending his practice sword flying. As if his wrist did not pain him at all, Galad threw himself into a smooth, rolling dive and came up with his sword in both hands. Ignoring him for the moment, Matt half-turned, twisting his wrists to whip the length of the staff back beside him. Darwin, just starting to rise, took the blow on the side of his head with a loud thump, only partly softened by the padding of hair. He went down in a heap. Matt was only vaguely aware of an Aes Sedai rushing out to tend Elaine's fallen brother. I hope he's all right. He should be. I've hit myself harder than that falling off a fence. He still had Galad to deal with, and from the way Galad was poised on the balls of his feet, sword raised precisely, he had begun to take Matt seriously. Matt's legs chose that moment to tremble. Light, I can't weaken now. But he could feel it creeping back in, the wobbly feeling, the hunger as if he had not eaten for days. If I wait for him to come to me, I'll fall on my face. It was hard to keep his knees straight as he started forward. Luck, stay with me. From the first blow, he knew that luck, or skill, or whatever had brought him this far, was still there. Galad managed to turn that one with a sharp clack, and the next, and the next, and the next.
Ooh.
But strain stiffened his face. That smooth swordsman, almost as good as the warders, fought with every ounce of his skill to keep Matt's staff from him. He did not attack. It was all he could do to defend. He moved continually to the side, trying not to be forced back, and Matt pressed him, staff a blur. And Galad stepped back again, wooden blade a thin shield against the quarterstaff. Hunger gnawed at Matt as if he had swallowed weasels. Sweat rolled down into his eyes, and his strength began to fade as if it leached out with the sweat. Not yet. I can't fall yet. I have to win. Now! With a roar, he threw all his reserves into one last surge. The quarterstaff flickered past Galad's sword, and in quick succession struck knee, wrist, and ribs, and finally thrust into Galad's stomach like a spear. With a groan, Galad folded over, fighting not to fall. The staff quivered in Matt's hands on the point of a final, crushing thrust to the throat. Galad sank to the ground. Matt almost dropped the quarterstaff when he realized what he had been about to do.
Win, murder.
Not kill. Light, what was I thinking? Reflexively, he grounded the butt of the staff, but as soon as he did, he had to clutch at it to hold himself erect. Hunger hollowed him like a knife reaming marrow from a bone. Suddenly, he realized that not only the Aes Sedai and Accepted were watching, all practice, all learning had stopped. Warders and students alike stood watching him. Hamar moved to stand beside Galad, still groaning on the ground and trying to push himself up. The warder raised his voice to shout, "Who was the greatest blade master of all time?" From the throats of dozens of students came a massed bellow. "Jiram Gaidin!" "Yes!" Hamar shouted, turning to make sure all heard. "During his lifetime, Jiram fought over 10,000 times in battle and single combat. He was defeated once by a farmer with a quarterstaff. Remember that. Remember what you just saw."
Bruh, she is impeccable with the voices.
"If you cannot get up by now, lad, it is finished." He raised a hand, and the Aes Sedai and Accepted rushed to surround Galad. Matt slid down the staff to his knees. None of the Aes Sedai even glanced his way. One of the Accepted did, a plump girl he might have liked to ask for a dance, if she were not going to be an Aes Sedai. She frowned at him, sniffed, and turned back to peering at what the Aes Sedai were doing around Galad.
A plump girl is absolutely crazy. But then after this, that bro asks him, like, "Where are you from?" And he's like, "Manetherin." Like, bro is really locked in with the old ways. Like, I love it. I love it. I really do. Like, they're cooking. Okay. Yeah, that's chapter 24. Yeah, Rosamund Pike is amazing, yo. She does the damn thing. She was killing it with that voice, yo. Rosamund Pike goes in with it, yo. She really goes in. She really be doing the damn thing. I'm not even gonna lie. And I love it, yo. 24 is such a good chapter. Such a good chapter. Giving us all the Matt that we need. Hopefully we get a full-blown Matt POV soon. Like, that's what I'm waiting for. But we're probably going to be chilling with, like, Egwene for a little while, too, because there's a lot of world building and stuff that needs to happen centered around Tar Valon and whatnot. So I could definitely see these next 3 chapters after chapter 25 also being all dedicated to like what's going on at Tarvalon, at the White Tower, with Egwene, with the Aes Sedai, with the Emerald Seat, and the Hunters 3. I think there's a lot that could happen there. Like, give me more, baby. Give me more. All right. W chapter through and through. I love it. Everything that we got. Give me more, give me more, give me more, give me more. Okay. Now, let's get into it. Let's continue and bring it to a wrap up with our final chapter. And that is
Chapter 25. Questions. Egwene lay across Nynaeve's bed, chin in her hands, watching Nynaeve pace back and forth. Elaine sprawled in front of the fireplace, which was still full of the ashes of last night's fire. Yet again, Elaine was studying the list of names Verin had produced, patiently reading every word one more time. The other pages, the list of Ter Angreal, sat on the table. After one shocked reading, they had not discussed that one further, though they had talked of everything else, and argued too.
I love how we get right back into it, man. We get right back into everything no matter what's going on. These girls are trying everything they can to figure out what's happening. We get a little peer of not a little peer. We get a very big peer of what's been going on with Egwene and how her basically dreamer ability, I guess, is coming to not fruition, but coming to hone in and shape itself even more.
Black Aja, she was finding trust for anyone but her two companions hard to come by. But she did wish she had some way of interpreting those dreams. The nightmares about what had happened inside the Ta'angreal last night were easy enough to understand, though they had made her wake up weeping. She had dreamed of the Shaunchan, too, of women in dresses with lightning bolts woven on their breasts, collaring a long line of women who wore great serpent rings, forcing them to call lightning against the White Tower. That had started her awake in a cold sweat, but that had to be just a nightmare, too. And the dream about white cloaks binding her father's hands. A nightmare brought on by homesickness, she supposed. But the others. She glanced at the other two women again. Elaine was still reading. Nynaeve still paced with that steady tread. There had been a dream of Rand, reaching for a sword that seemed to be made of crystal, never seeing the fine net dropping over him. And one of him kneeling in a chamber where a parched wind blew dust across the floor, and creatures like the one on the dragon banner, but much smaller, floated on that wind and settled into his skin. There had been a dream of him walking down into a great hole in a black mountain, a hole filled with a reddish glare as from vast fires below, and even a dream of him confronting Shaunchan. About that last, she was uncertain, but she knew the others had to mean something. Back when she had been sure she could trust Anaya, back before she had left the tower, before she learned the reality of the Black Aja, a little cautious questioning of the Aes Sedai, done oh so carefully so Anaya would think it no more than the curiosity she showed about other things, had revealed that a dreamer's dreams about ta'veren were almost always significant, and the more strongly ta'veren, the more almost always became certainly. But Mat and Perrin were ta'veren too, and she had also dreamed of them. Odd dreams, even more difficult to understand than the dreams of Rand. Perrin with a falcon on his shoulder, and Perrin with a hawk. Only the hawk held a leash in her talons. Egwene was somehow convinced both hawk and falcon were female, and the hawk was trying to fasten it around Perrin's neck. That made her shiver even now. She did not like dreams about leashes. And that dream of Perrin, with a beard, leading a huge pack of wolves that stretched as far as the eye could see. Those about Mat had been even nastier.
Like
Mat
what?
placing his own left eye on a balance scale. Mat hanging by his neck from a tree limb. There had been a dream of Mat and Shaunchan too, but she was willing to dismiss that as a nightmare. It had to have been just a nightmare, just like the one about Mat speaking the old tongue. That had to come from what she had heard during his healing. She sighed, and the sigh turned into another yawn. She and the others had gone to his room after breakfast to see how he was, but he had not been there. He's probably well enough to go dancing. Light, now I will probably dream about him dancing with Shaunchan. No more dreams, she told herself firmly. Not now. I will think about them when I am not so tired. She thought of the kitchens, of the midday meal soon to come, and then supper, and breakfast again tomorrow, and pots and cleaning and scrubbing going on forever. If I am ever not tired again. Shifting her position on the bed, she looked at her friends again. Elaine still had her eyes on the list of names. Nynaeve's steps had slowed. Any moment now, Nynaeve will say it again. Any moment. Nynaeve came to a halt, staring down at Elaine. Put those away. We have been over them 20 times and there isn't a word that helps. Varen gave us rubbish. The question is, was it all she had? Or did she give us rubbish on purpose? As expected, maybe half an hour till she says it again. Egwene frowned down at her hands, glad she could not see them clearly. The great serpent ring looked out of place on hands all wrinkled from long immersion in hot soapy water. Knowing their names helps, Elaine said, still reading. Knowing what they look like helps. You know very well what I mean, Nynaeve snapped. Egwene sighed and folded her arms in front of her, rested her chin on them. When she had come out of Shiriam's study that morning, with the sun still not even a glint on the horizon, Nynaeve had been waiting with a candle in the cold, dark hall. She had not been seeing very clearly, but she was sure Nynaeve had looked ready to chew stone. And knowing chewing stones would not change anything in the next few minutes. That was why she was so irritable. She's as touchy about her pride as any man I ever met. But she should not take it out on Elaine and me. Light, if Elaine can stand it, she should be able to. She isn't the wisdom anymore. Elaine hardly appeared to notice whether Nynaeve was irritable or not. She frowned into the distance, thoughtfully. Liandrin was the only red. All the other Arjas lost 2 each. Oh, do be quiet, child, Nynaeve said. Elaine wiggled her left hand to display her great serpent ring, gave Nynaeve a meaningful look, and went right on. No 2 were born in the same city, and no more than 2 in any one country. Amiko Nagoyan was the youngest, some 15 years older than Egwene and I. Joya Bayer could be our great-grandmother's great-grandmother. Egwene did not like it that one of the Black Arja shared her daughter's name. Fool girl. People sometimes have the same name, and you never had a daughter. It wasn't real. And what does that tell us? Nynaeve's voice was too calm. She was ready to explode like a wagon full of fireworks.
Bruh, she said, you never had a daughter? Chill out. What are you doing? What are you even mad about? Like, bro, what are you even mad about? Relax.
Nynaeve knelt beside her and gently pried her hands from around the papers. Perhaps, and perhaps not. She smoothed the pages carefully. Years. Lightly. I have built a bridge out of straw. Worse than straw. Wishes. Maybe you are right too, Nynaeve. What use is this rubbish? She snatched one paper out of the stack in front of her. Rihanna has black hair with a white streak above her left ear. If I am close enough to see that, it's closer than I want it to be. She grabbed another page. Chesmal Emery is one of the most talented healers anyone has seen in years. Light, could you imagine being healed by one of the Black Arsha? A third sheet. Marilyn Gomolfin is fond of cats and goes out of her way to help injured animals. Cats. Pah! She scrabbled all the pages together, crumpling them in her fists. It is useless rubbish. Nynaeve knelt beside her and gently pried her hands from around the papers. Perhaps, and perhaps not. She smoothed the pages carefully on her breast. You found in them something for us to look for. Perhaps we will find more if we are persistent. And there is the other list. Both her eyes and Elaine's darted to Egwene, brown and blue alike, frowning worriedly. Egwene avoided looking at the table where the other sheets lay. She did not want to think about them, but she could not avoid it. The list of Ter Angreal had etched itself into her mind. Item: a rod of clear crystal, smooth and perfectly clear, 1 foot long and 1 inch in diameter. Use unknown. Last study made by Corianin Nedial. Item: a figurine of an unclothed woman in alabaster, 1 hand tall. Use unknown. Last study made by Corianin Nedial. Item: a disc, apparently of simple iron, yet untouched by rust, 3 inches in diameter, finely engraved on both sides with a tight spiral. Use unknown. Last study made by Corianin Nedial. Item: too many items, and more than half the use unknowns last studied by Corianin Nedial. 13 of them, to be exact. Egwene shivered. It's getting so I do not even like to think of that number. The knowns on the list were fewer, not all of any apparent real use, but hardly more comforting as she saw it. A wooden carving of a hedgehog, no bigger than the last joint of a man's thumb. Such a simple thing, and surely harmless. Any woman who tried to channel through it went to sleep. Half a day of peaceful, dreamless sleep. But it was too close not to make her skin crawl. 3 more had to do with sleep in some way. It was almost a relief to read of a fluted rod of black stone, a full pace in length, that produced balefire, with the notation, dangerous and almost impossible to control, writ so strong in Baron's hands that it tore the paper in 2 places. Egwene still had no idea what balefire was, but though it surely sounded dangerous if anything ever did, it just as surely had nothing to do with Corianin Nedial or dreams. Nynaeve carried the smoothed-out pages to the table and set them down. She hesitated before spreading the others out and running her finger down one page, then the next. "Here's one Matt would enjoy," she said in a voice much too light and airy. "Item: a carved cluster of 6 spotted dice, joined at the corners, less than 2 inches across. Use unknown, save that channeling through it seems to suspend chance in some way. Or twist it." She began to read aloud. "Tossed coins presented the same face every time, and in one test landed balanced on edge 100 times in a row. 1,000 tosses of the dice produced 5 crowns 1,000 times." She gave a forced laugh. "Matt would love that." Egwene sighed and got to her feet, walked stiffly to the fireplace. Elaine scrambled up, watching as silently as Nynaeve. Pushing her sleeve as far up her arm as it would go, Egwene reached carefully up the chimney. Her fingers touched wool on the smoke shelf, and she pulled out a wadded, singed stocking with a hard lump in the toe. She brushed a smear of soot from her arm, then took the stocking to the table and shook it out. The twisted ring of striped, flecked stone spun across the tabletop and fell flat atop a page of the Ter Angrial list. For a few moments, they just stared at it. "Perhaps," Nynaeve said finally, "Verin simply missed the fact that so many of them were last studied by Corianin." She did not sound as if she really believed it. Elaine nodded, but doubtfully. "I saw her walking in the rain once, soaking wet, and took a cloak to her. She was so wrapped up in whatever she was thinking, I do not believe she knew it was raining until I put the cloak around her shoulders. She could have missed it." "Maybe," Egwene said. "If she did not, she had to know I'd notice as soon as I read the list. I do not know. Sometimes I think Verin notices more than she lets on. I just do not know. So there's Verin to suspect." Elaine sighed. "If she is Black Aja, then they know exactly what we are doing." One part they had had trouble accepting was Alana. Aes Sedai just did not do things like that. No one in her right mind did anything like that, but Aes Sedai least of all. Egwene glowered at them, almost hearing them say it. "Aes Sedai are not supposed to lie, either. But Verin and the mother seem awfully close with what they tell us. There are not supposed to be Black Aja." "I like Alana." Nynaeve tugged her braid, then shrugged. "Oh, very well. Perhaps. That is, she did behave."
She was
oddly."
about to drop
"Thank
another
you," Egwene
perhaps.
said,
That's
and Nynaeve
crazy.
gave her an acknowledging nod, as if she had heard no sarcasm. "In any case, the Amelin knows of it, and she can keep an eye on Alana far more easily than we can." "What about Elida and Shiriam?" Egwene asked. "I have never been able to like Elida," Elaine said, "but I cannot truly believe she is Black Aja. And Shiriam? It's impossible."
Bruh, there's so much shit going on, right? It's like, yeah, everything should be impossible. Like, this shit should be impossible, that should be impossible, that other shit should be impossible, but it's not. Like, it's so clearly not. So now what do we do about that? And then we see Else come in. The very Else that was just being hella weird with Matt. The very Else that actually had seen them when they were, you know what I mean? When they were traveling. And then she like transforms into Celine. I don't know. I don't know what the hell happened there, but unless I missed something, Celine is straight transmorphing into other people. Like she is straight up pulling a Mystique and is turning into other people because I have no idea how like Else bent the corner 1 second and the next second it was Celine. Mind you, Celine is so fine that she had a Egwene like, hey, hold on, wait, a woman ain't never made me feel like this before. I was like, yo, like, what is going on? Like, what's going on, bro? Like, that was wild. And it's just wild how it was just going down it's going down in Tarvalon in the White Tower. Like, people are straight up trying to assassinate Egwene and Nynaeve, like trying to get the 2-for-1 special. Crazy, bro. That's crazy, yo. I'm so excited to see how chapter 26 and beyond goes. All right, let's see what y'all was saying. Taveran are rare, but they do pop up from time to time. Oh, not every Taveran are magnitude 11 giga Taverans like Rand. Okay. All right, I dig that. Whatever happened to that Rand guy? I thought this book was about him. I like it though. I like that he's not in it too much right now, especially because that means this entire time he's going crazy in the background. So when we get back to his character, Rand is going to be very different from the last time that we were actually in his POV because he's had time to be alone, time to just kind of wild out and experience whatever the hell he needs to experience. I don't know if it's for the better, but he's going there. Okie dokie, Mr. Vocabulary. Teachers that bully students make me incredibly angry. I feel you there. Alana here is the green sister we know from the show. I remember you mixing her up with Anaya. Oh, okay. Yeah. Alana is the one with the two warders, right? And they be getting all freaky. Yeah, okay, cool. And we like Alana in the show, right? That must mean she's good. Alana started being hella sus though at the end. Remember at the end of the show, she started being hella sus with some stuff. Speaking of battle, Egwene accidentally knows a crap ton of Shan combat weaves now. Use that trauma, baby girl. Hey, I feel that though. She really does need to use that trauma. Cue Charlie's Angels theme music. Wonderful series. I always imagine Galad looks like Gavin Rossdale, the singer from the band Bush. Did in 1993. I need to look that up. Let's see. Let's see. I see the vision. Um, I see the vision. Matt's all mustard. Yo, Beach Rationalize the Bible. That's crazy. I showed back up at just the right time. Welcome back, LBF. Rosamund Pike's version of this is way more dramatic than Michael Kramer's. LOL. Hey, I'm just saying, yo. All I'm saying is all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? What is the voice? Rosamund Pike is amazing. Yo, she does it. This isn't a full-blown Matt POV. Yep, and I need more of them. Give me a whole chapter of Matt eating every last chicken in the city. I guess the speeding up of the audiobook might add to the dramatic nature, but I still prefer Rosamund's reading for that particular chapter. I prefer her for the whole thing. And yeah, it was a little bit over exaggerated because it was like at 1.2 or 3 speed, but it wasn't too much overly exaggerated though. You know what I mean? Matt never walks past the KFC. It's crazy. Egwene, you might want to measure your ambient levels. Yo, for real. There's nothing wrong with liking cats. Hashtag justice for Marlin. Chewing stones, third age toothpaste. I need to make sure all the youth chew stones before bed. Damn. Jinkies, a clue. Is that a Terangrial that lets you win the lottery? I'm in. I like Alana, but I do not like cleaning her rooms. Too much fornication. Yeah. Why are these surfaces sticky? Mari Sue, yo. That is wild. Yo, yeah, I was about to say, yo, we made it, we did it. No hicimos, we did it. All right, man. I appreciate each and every one of you. For real, for real. We are going to continue to hone in how we do this book club to continue to shave time off of it, get it earlier, get it quicker, but also, when you think about it, we're actually covering more than we do usually, but in the same amount of time. So we are actually moving faster in a technical sense because we are covering more chapters in each section, but we are doing it in the same amount of time as we did shorter chapters before. So it's balancing out so far, and hopefully we can just keep going quicker, and faster and faster. I appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in with me today on this episode of From Watcher to Reader, Season 3, Episode 2. It's been a lovely time discussing these chapters. We're going to be doing it again on our next Wednesday, where we will be doing this, talking, theorizing, reading, all the things in between. It's going to be a good time. It's been a fun time already, and I'm hoping to have a good time next time. You feel me? We got our watch parties going for stuff like Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, Sakamoto Days, and hopefully some other animes coming in the future. So I hope you guys are all ready for all of that good stuff, because I know I am. Again, make sure you guys drop a like on the video if you like the video, because it helps out tremendously around these parts. You can also follow me on social media at Sensei Finito, stay up to date with all my thoughts, theories, and opinions, to stay up to date with all of my thoughts, theories, and opinions. You feel me? And you can also check us out on Marvel Bros to stay up to date with all things Marvel and everything pop culture. You guys have been great tonight. These chapters have been amazing. I really like each and every one of them. And then, we're going to be able to get it crickling and crackling. You know what I mean? For sure, for sure. Because we're moving, grooving, and ain't nothing losing. So we'll get it cracking, and next week we'll be able to shave even some more time down. So with that being said, I hope each of you have a great rest of your night, morning, evening, wherever time it may be, wherever you may be. And don't forget, stay awesome, stay nerdy, and don't forget to stay marvelous. Sleep well and wake.